modification that was made was, of course, to use a Crow system on the top, which is basically an automated gun that you control from inside. So no one has to sit on top of it and shoot and be, prone to.
Yes, and I'm exercising my Second Amendment rights to protect my
shot themselves. You can do it all from the comfort of the air conditioning.
We're here fighting for our President Trump. We're here in support of Trump. But what happened to him, the unlawful search with the FBI at his Mar-a-Lago home.
Hey, Trump, do something!
Inside the Max Pro. So
now we're waiting to
what
see
all that
what
means,
do.
not really intended to use in Europe because, we have a lot of tanks and we have a lot of other vehicles. So they are good in getting people around quickly. They're good at all these roads that are very heavily mined, and there's a lot of unexploded ordnance lying around. And so, if the U.S. isn't going to be using them in Iraq and Afghanistan currently, then they definitely could be very helpful, I think, to the Ukrainians in just getting their people to move around, which is the biggest problem right now, is to have some level of protection and to have a vehicle that's going to last, too, because these things are military grade, but they also are, have the ability to take a lot of damage in terms of like a lot of wear and tear. And so that means they're just better suited for the massive amount of weight and strain that they're going to be put through, unlike, say, a civilian pickup truck, which has to be replaced every month or two. So that's the other reason why these vehicles are so important, not just really the protection they provide, because, they're not going to survive a direct artillery hit. They're not going to survive a direct tank round, but they're going to keep running for, 6 to 9 months if they're maintained, which is a big advantage over just a normal pickup truck.
Do you have, it's interesting what you pointed out about the paint and the camo. Do you have any idea, or, the way they've been repainted? Do you have any idea, or do you have any speculation as to which region that would correspond to in Ukraine, or are there really any differences? Any speculation on that?
I'll start off by saying the other picture from about 2 weeks ago I saw had them in the Donbass, but I don't know that long convoy. The only places we've seen long convoys of Ukrainian armor or vehicles together has been somewhat far away from the lines, the closest in the Donbass being in the vicinity of Kramatorsk, so quite a ways back. And then in this case, we saw lots of, Ukrainian tanks north of Kherson, away from the front, but sort of in the vicinity of. So I would assume that this sort of convoy might be also there, but maybe John knows a bit more about this.
Oh, I was going to ask something not directly related to that.
Yeah, so this is the thing, like, people, as you mentioned, Bloke, people are just really, they really want to see, thousands of Ukrainian vehicles overwhelming the Russians. And of course, I think we all want to see that. But what I would say is in the past 2 or 3 weeks, and John's looked at this closely as well, and maybe he can confirm or deny or kind of share where he thinks the sense is going. In the past 2 weeks, I've seen more larger concentrations of Ukrainian vehicles and armor than I have at any other time in the war, like just period, which is a good sign. Yeah, exactly. And people that have been watching this closely know that, well, maybe there was more operational security applied earlier on when, Ukraine was really on the back foot and really had to be a lot more careful with that kind of thing. But I would say that same level of operational security still applies now, almost to a larger degree because now the lines are pretty static, right? Beforehand, at the beginning of the war, they could maybe get away with running a convoy of vehicles, from Kyiv all the way to Sumy or something like that, simply because they had to. But now, the front is very stable, so there's less places the Ukrainians and Russians could be in terms of the sort of unknown areas that the fog of war kind of obscures. So the fact that we're seeing, pretty much every day or every other day, large formations of Ukrainian vehicles is a very good sign to me that they are getting the quantities they need to actually go on the counteroffensive.
Yeah, that makes complete sense. And I think, months ago we were talking and I was wondering and asking you at the time if the Ukrainians weren't husbanding their armor and their mechanized forces, anticipating, an offensive to come. And, the longer they wait, the better it's going to be. So, if they could, within reason, I mean, if I believe that they've been really smart so far, and if they wait until it starts to get colder, Russians start to get demoralized, I mean, it might even be a better time to attack then. John, you have something to say?
Yeah, so I wanted to ask, kind of throw this out there for CJ. Do you think we will send any of the JLTVs over for some actual combat testing, if you will?
Yeah, I don't think so. Only because the JLTV is kind of meant to take some of the roles the Humvee had for 40 years. It's basically a light squad vehicle that is pretty maneuverable. It doesn't really hold many people, but the U.S. is supposed to replace a lot of vehicles with that, and that process is taking quite some time. So I would see probably Bradley's there before I saw JLTVs. Um, because also the thing about the JLTVs, which are these joint light tactical vehicles, is they're really designed for, in terms of like airfield seizures and sort of these very complicated operations where you're basically putting people in a very fast, very light truck, and you have overwhelming firepower and overwhelming tank superiority and all these kind of key facets that Ukraine just doesn't have right now. So the way they're designed to use is near the front, but only with a bunch of other things there. So I would say that might not be the best thing just to give those, but things like Bradleys and M113s and definitely MRAPs I think would probably go in mass before that. But who knows?
I was about to say, I think we've produced what, like in excess of 10,000 now, recognizing that, I think the current contract requirements are for nearly 60,000 across the whole U.S. Armed Forces.
Yeah, this is I think a 10-year project, hopefully culminating in 2028 when the entirety of the U.S. doctrine is finalized in terms of MDO or multi-domain operations. So these sort of things take decades to do, and that's why people get mad that the U.S. and other countries are giving sort of older gear to Ukraine, but this is just kind of how it goes in terms of what's available on hand. Now, that doesn't explain why Bradleys haven't been given, which the U.S. National Guard has in large numbers, or the U.S. Army is switching out of for Strykers and other things. That is a little bit more puzzling, but yeah, I think anything like as we've talked before with sort of the whole spectrum of things that can be given, whether it be air defense or whether it be um, artillery. The only things that are brand new that would be given to Ukraine that aren't that are still being produced or prototyped are probably going to be drones, as we've seen with Switchblades and the Phoenix Ghost drones. Those are ones that while they're effective, they're not necessarily a key cornerstone of the land doctrine that we have in the U.S. And so that's why it's okay that those are kind of transferred over before they're given to U.S. troops, because they don't make up like sort of an integral part of that system, whereas HIMARS do. So that's why if we're talking how many could be given or something like that, 10% seems to be like a reasonable number, and that's what certain congressmen have said, that they could see the United States giving up to 30 systems to Ukraine, and so that seems to be feasible because yes, they're 20 years old, but they're super effective. So yeah, I think if we're talking about a vehicle, it's probably going to be only something that's well established in the arsenal. But sort of like drones and maybe other weapons, that could maybe be pushed forward to be something a little bit newer. But yeah, I would be interested, when Lend-Lease goes fully into effect, I think in October, sort of what that package looks like, because there's a very good chance, not to get ahead of ourselves, but that package, which was initially worked on and signed in May, and is going to be delivered at the beginning of the fiscal year, could include a substantial amount of vehicles and other things like that have just been getting ready in Virginia for the last couple months.
Yeah, I do wonder what the holdup is for a lot of the, armored vehicles, IFVs and APCs. I mean, I know Canada's, donated some. They're not the best armored, but they could be useful in a secondary role, especially the Bisons, for ambulances and so forth, or possibly command vehicles. I know the French have donated some, the Australians. It seems to all be coming in piecemeal. And wouldn't it be wonderful to see a lot of the U.S. inventory of Bradleys being sent over en masse? I don't know how realistic that is, but I've heard a lot of great things about the Bradleys. I've heard that their maintenance on them is particularly, easy to do. I don't know if that's true or not, CJ. But I mean, if we're looking at what's available in the inventory, would not the Bradleys be probably, especially since they're being, phased out over time anyway, would not that be the best possible donation we could make at the moment? I'm speaking for the U.S., of course, and its allies.
Well, I mean, this is the thing that, again, I want to make it very clear. Obviously, Ukrainians are defending their country, and they're fighting and dying every single day. With that being said, I would only be disappointed in America if come the first batch of Lend-Lease arriving in mass. And again, remember, for people that may not know, there's the Presidential Drawdown Authority, which authorizes the president unilaterally to basically give stockpiled weapons to Ukraine, such as the HIMARS ammo, artillery ammo, etc. But the Lend-Lease itself is really where this massive amount of vehicles could come from. So I would say, again, the fight is dire. But if by October we didn't see Bradleys, then I would start scratching my head and ask what's going on. As of right now, in terms of the different lines of effort, I don't know if that kind of transfer would be part of something that's just given in a Presidential Drawdown Authority, because it would be a massive endeavor. The maintenance is okay, but they are 40-year-old vehicles in some situations, and it's not just the Bradleys, it's the spare parts, it's a lot of different composite equipment, maintenance, ammunition, and all the stuff that Ukraine doesn't normally support. So this kind of package is gigantic, even just to give 100 Bradleys, which obviously Ukraine could use right now, but it's I would hope it's being prepared. And if October, November rolls around, Lend-Lease shows up and that's not there, I guess we'll have to find out what the hell is.
Yeah, thank you. I also sometimes worry about the piecemeal approach, leading to challenges and maintenance. One thing that Ukraine has demonstrated is they do seem to have a pretty good grasp of having a decentralized command and control structure. So I would imagine maintenance would be taken care of by some of the units themselves. But it does worry me when it comes to, obviously, the more diverse your kit, the more different types of parts you need, and the more difficult it is to have standard maintenance. So that's another thing that sort of worries me a bit, but not yet, because if there's one thing that the Ukrainians have demonstrated so far, is that the amount of ingenuity, especially taking over some of the recovered Russian equipment, is just outstanding. So there's lots to look forward to. When they start to go on the offensive. By the way, I've got some DMs I just want to share with people. There's I did mention the grain deal, and maybe we're not surprised that the Russians don't necessarily keep their promises, but there is a ship that left with grain under the deal, and sure enough, there was a bit of a bait and switch that happened. It sailed under the agreement from the Ukrainian port of Odessa. It was called the Razoni. According to the deal, it was, apparently headed for Libya. And then, sure enough, the Russian company that had, brokered that transport decided to divert it to Syria, which, as everyone knows, is a Russian client state, which has been accused of offloading stolen Ukrainian grain in the past. So finance isn't around, but I'm sure if he was here, he would, be saying, "I told you so," because there were a lot of people who were skeptical about this deal, and skeptical about we're all skeptical about trusting the Russians, but especially of this deal. So that's some bad news out of the grain deal. Other news that's come out is that there has been a significant impact, and this is hilarious, on the Russian export industry. I'll give Joseph, John, or CJ a guess as to which industry is being heavily impacted by this war in terms of exports for Russia. Just take a wild guess.
I mean, I'm no expert. I would say from what I've heard and seen, that basically any sort of car or heavy vehicle construction and export would be very difficult, considering we've seen that Russia has basically dedicated it's not its entire workforce, but a substantial amount of its heavy industry to tank and other vehicle manufacture. But I could be completely off the mark.
So unsurprisingly, it's the arms industry in Russia is suffering for two reasons. One is they just can't build anything anymore because of the sanctions, and two, because they have managed to reveal to the entire planet that their stuff doesn't work that well. So apparently their arms export industry is suffering greatly. I don't want to quote the article too much because there's a lot of numbers here that I'd like to double check, but this is unsurprising to say the least. Sanctions do work, so the more pressure that you put on your elected officials to impose sanctions, the less the Russians will be able to feed their war machine to supply arms to their genocide in Ukraine. And of course, it will undermine another source of income for Russia, which in the past everyone here knows they've made quite a bit of money advertising and selling their T-72s, let's say, for example, which have proven to be highly ineffective. Go ahead, CJ.
Well, sorry, not that I'm pushing back, Bloke. I just don't know the full arms export story. We know from the beginning of the war, India canceled, I think, an Mi-17 deal and a couple other aircraft deal. And I think everyone kind of knew the limits and restrictions on how good or bad Russian tanks were. But I think, as you kind of pointed out, the most surprising result of the war is just how inadequate the S-300s and S-400s are. I mean, and that's kind of the big difference, right? A T-72 probably runs for single-digit millions, if that, in terms of how much it costs. But an S-300 battery is on the order of 100+ million. So the difference in sales for that, and maybe profits, you could say as well, is quite substantial. I was going to ask John, has there been anyone that has changed their mind, or any other arms deals recently to buy from Russia regarding S-300s or S-400s? Because that would be a lot more detrimental to the Russian economy than even probably the aircraft or tank exports they were doing previously.
That's a good question. I need to do a little bit of reading on that, see what the latest news there is. There had been some reports, I don't know if they were later validated or refuted, that Russia had been attempting to reacquire some of the S-300s that it had sold to various different countries. If that actually ended up, if those reports were accurate, I'd kind of be scratching my head if they were trying to sell them at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it's, that was one of Russia's main exports, I believe. I mean, someone will have to correct me, of course, but I believe that was, a decent size of their economy. And as Bloke pointed out, not only are these things that previously they could export, they now have to use in combat, but also, their brand value is going down significantly, not just through their atrocious actions, but also due to poor performance. I mean, who would have thought this is, basically tertiary effects, rolling into each other to kind of be a perfect storm, so that, if this war were to continue, which it unfortunately might, this problem will only get worse for Russia, even if they were to make significant headway in Ukraine, which seems unlikely from this point moving forward, that their reputation, at least in terms of the quality of military arms they can produce, will be degraded. And as this war continues, it could even look worse over time as more and more of their systems are taken out of action and shown to be pretty ineffective.
Thank you, CJ. We have some speakers coming up. Just a reminder of everyone of how this works. If you would like to speak, request to speak, and then raise your hand so that we know you want to speak, and then we will go in the order of raised hands. So first will be Daryl, followed by Tsan, and I see someone else coming up. Go ahead, Daryl.
Yeah, you just saw a worldwide view of just on the notes you guys were talking, we're looking at places like Africa and other places around the globe that have been in conflict, that have been using Wagner and associated Russian equipment. And I'm just wondering how those are, if there's any curtailing of those events around. Not only the bigger pieces, but smaller. I'm not sure if AK-47s are still being built in Russia or if they've been built in Czechia or Czechia or somewhere like that. But that would be a good thing if, on the global scale, this war does kind of bring down the heat in some of these places around the globe.
Do you want to speak to that, anyone in particular? So, Daryl, you're referring to small arms sales as well, right?
Yeah, I'm referring to small arms sales as well. Yeah, because I'm just making a broad statement. It's not saying that there's any data to prove it as of yet, because it takes a little bit longer for small arms sales to curtail in light of this, because there's so many of them that have been produced. And then you have places like I said, Czechia, Korea, and China that have produced these as well. But it would just be a good thing to know if events around the globe have curtailed a little bit because of the lack of availability based on this war.
You know what, Daryl? I'm going to take a stab at that, okay? And it's pure speculation. None of this is confirmed at all. But I'm going to take a stab at the idea that that's the one thing they can still do, right? Because it doesn't take a lot of high tech. There's not a lot of high tech components. And San, you've got a hot mic. I'm going to mute you. Please mute yourself and raise your hand and go in order, please. Sorry, Daryl. Just getting back to that point, it's some of the low tech stuff I think is the only thing left that they can do, because it's not as heavily influenced by sanctions, and especially with the AK-47. I mean, they're known to be, and the 74, I guess, they're known to be fairly reliable. So I'm not sure yet. Somehow I suspect there wouldn't be a huge influence, but you're absolutely correct. A lot of this stuff has been outsourced. Not a lot of it is even made in Russia anymore. It's the higher end equipment, I think, that no one's going to want to buy. I mean, even S300, like, who wants to buy that now? I'm sure there's some people having buyer's remorse in Turkey at the moment.
But there's even like groups like Wagner, if they still have a presence based on their need in Ukraine. You know what I mean? So even if it's just manpower or what do you call it, management by them, if that even curtails some of it, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'm not ruling that out either. George, did you want to speak to that point?
Yeah, just for some numbers here, AK-47s, no numbers produced are 74 million. And the family of AK-47 weapons is over 100 million were produced. So there's, they would have to we'd have to get rid of 1 million a year just to, and it would take us 100 years to get rid of all the ones that have been produced. Now, some of them, the barrels might be worn out and stuff like that, but yeah, there's tons of them here. But like you just said, the curtailing of the Russians now are gonna be, even if the sanctions were over like by the end of the year, which is not going to happen, and there was to start producing weapons, who in their right mind is going to buy the weapons, especially at the prices they were asking for before this war? That is not going to happen. No one in their right mind. They're going to have a fire sale to get rid of the stuff they do have. Producing anything new is they're not going to get the prices they're asking for. S400 uh, yeah, I'll buy it at maybe 75% markdown. You know, your Su-30 and Su-35 airplanes. Nah, I'll take a secondhand F-16 any day of the week. I don't know about anybody else, but yeah, after this war is over, their arms export industry is pretty much done.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree, George. I think that just both in terms of reputation and their ability to even build, this is all being messed up by the sanctions, and I'm not shedding a tear. This is a genocidal war machine, and it had to be stopped no matter what. So. No sympathy from my part, and yeah, if you're dumb enough to buy some of this equipment, and now you see what happens with the turrets going up like a jack in the box. To be honest, we sort of knew that back from 1991. I don't know when that was, made widely available publicly. But we knew that there were problems with the T-72s and the T-80s based on the carousel, mostly based on how the Republican Guard was just absolutely decimated in the first Gulf War. But
that airport battle said a lot to that.
Sorry,
Derek? Airport. I said that battle at the airport said a lot to that.
Absolutely. But, that didn't stop the marketing machine, from trying to sell the stuff anyway, and it didn't stop people from buying it, thinking that, well, that was an anomaly. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, I was going to say, and I understand, like, a lot of people are saying about the S-400, that it's a capable system, and, and we have to give credit to the Ukrainians for, being able to evade it, with their pilots flying low and things like that. I understand that, and I understand it's multiple factors. The fact that maybe the Russian operators aren't as good as we thought they were, but hold on a second. You're going to tell me that you can't shoot down, bear with me a minute. You can't shoot down aircraft that were designed in the 70s, right? Su-24s and MiG-29s and Su-25s with a system that is supposed to be your top-of-the-line system. And you're going to tell me you didn't bring operators, your best operators, at least in the last 2-3 months to try to shoot these things down, but you sold them as equivalent to the American Patriot systems? I'm not buying that.
Hey, George.
There's no,
Yeah, to that. How often do they get to practice that? We do a lot of wargaming. How much of that do they do to test and find the weaknesses in their system like we do?
Oh, you're exactly right, Daryl. I mean, you're exactly right. But you can't sit there and tell me that you haven't shot down, like, I don't know. Have we seen any numbers? I mean, I know the Russian claims are ridiculous. They've shot down 1,000 planes and 500 TB2 Bayraktar drones down. But still, the Ukrainians had less than 100 fighters and fighter bombers. And at last estimate that the Ukrainians still have about maybe 60 or 70 of their original aircraft is absolutely ridiculous. And there's no way that someone's going to tell me whether, the Greeks don't get much. I mean, there's other countries that have Patriots, not Greece, but there's other countries that have Patriots that don't get they can't afford to do the training that American operators do. But you're not going to tell me that the Poles, if the Poles were in charge of those Patriots, that they wouldn't have been able to take out more airplanes. It's just the system was overhyped. It was based on what claims of the Russians saying, and we haven't really seen it in combat anyway to justify what they were selling. And the Turks right now are like just banging their head on the wall right now, like, how stupid were we to buy this hunk of shit?
The only thing is the Poles practice with the U.S. and other NATO nations.
Yes, they do. But I mean, you're talking about like live fire exercise. Actually, it's still not the same. And I just don't see how the S-400 right now is. I just don't see it. I mean, practice or not, the Patriot missile system would have been able to engage some of those aircraft. And I just don't see the S-400. I mean, they're not even barely firing the damn thing. They're firing it at HIMARS. I mean, how ridiculous is that? You can't shoot down a MiG-29 that has a radius of like, several of like at least, 8-10 feet, but you're telling me you're going to try to use it to hit a HIMARS that has a radius of maybe 24 inches, if that.
Yeah, completely. I mean, yes, I think training is absolutely an issue. There's no question about this. This is well known. Everything in NATO air forces, have everyone has basically double the hours of training, I would imagine, compared to Russia. I don't have hard numbers on the rest of the support infrastructure behind that. Like we're talking about air weapons controllers and stuff like that, and how much the integrated air defense trains. But I feel fairly confident to say that it's similar to the pilots, like at least double the amount of training, and a lot of criticality, like criticism or root cause analysis, after action reports, stuff like that, where you're basically trying to get to a correction of errors to improve constantly. Whereas, in any autocratic regime, no one's going to own up to screwing up, right? Because that's. I mean, even in private industry, we have these things called blameless RCAs, blameless root cause analysis, where you take names out and you try to get to the root cause of why something went wrong. And the point being here that we don't see these things happening, and so not only is there not the training, but when it comes to S-400 itself, there's some pretty interesting discussions about this. I mean, I don't always go to YouTube, but if you Google, why the West is not necessarily, or why the U.S. is not afraid of the S-400, and you compare, our doctrine to theirs, I mean, and the munitions we have, like for SEAD and HARM munitions and so forth, it shouldn't be surprising to anyone. And yeah, not only should the Turks be kicking themselves over buying this weapon systems, but they should be kicking themselves twice again over what this has deprived them of. Because not only have they bought a lemon, they've bought a lemon that has sown distrust, so that they're not going to get the other stuff they want, the good stuff, from other Western nations. So I think the Turks have made a huge mistake. We've had a lot of people request. Oh, go ahead, George. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll just really quick, and in reference to the Ukrainians using the S-300 and the success they've had again with that, remember their success, stellar, that they've been able to shoot down what they've been able to shoot down, but most of the success of their S-300s have been against the Caliber cruise missiles, which obviously are not, we're talking about something that's flying at sub-Mach speeds, right?
Yep, absolutely.
To get the faster missiles, some of the more advanced, if you want to call them that, the faster missiles that the Russians have been using, we've seen a higher rate of them being shot down lately. But we know that the Ukrainian air defense now has been upgraded, right? With whether it's the British Stormer type vehicles, and what they're firing, and also the NASAMS missiles. So yes, we're starting to see a higher incidence of success with the Ukrainians especially the last maybe couple of weeks. But I think that's because their air systems have been upgraded. Remember, the S-300 wasn't really doing that much against some of the other Russian aircraft. The ones that we were seeing brought down, we saw a couple of, maybe I think we saw an Su-35 and maybe a couple of Su-300s, and they were usually brought daylight with unmanned pads. So yeah, they're not the systems they were told that they were propaganda to us, if that's a word. And just like the Russian military isn't the big red boogeyman that we all thought it was going to be for all these years. And Daryl, I don't know if you remember though, when we used to do those exercises, remember we had the OPFOR guys. I was OPFOR for a year. I did it when I was at Bragg at Mount Sites. I think we gave them too much benefit for the doubt there, because
George, real quick, could you explain to our non-military audience, OPFOR, I think it means opposing force, so it's like an adversarial exercise? Go ahead.
Yes. So what you do is we trained and we trained in what we thought were Soviet Warsaw Pact tactics. We actually had uniforms that kind of mimicked the Warsaw Pact, at least from afar. We actually had vehicles that were mocked up a little bit to look like Soviet vehicles. And what would happen was they'd send units to areas where we had OPFOR forces, and American units would get to practice against opposing force that looked and supposedly fought the way the Soviets would fight, And there was a big one in Hohenfels, and there's the one I forget what it is. It's out west in the United States, and there were smaller forces in bases along the southeast coast. But I think we gave them too much benefit of the doubt, because right now, even the guys that were, remember the airborne forces that they were supposedly highly rated. I mean, they got their clocks cleaned by the Ukrainians in the beginning of the war. I mean, they absolutely got obliterated. So I think we definitely overemphasized their capabilities. We overestimated them. Let's put it that way.
Fair enough. Thank you for those points, George. We've got a lot of people coming up. Oh, Daryl, go ahead.
I just want to say something to what George was saying. I think it was Trent and I, we were talking about this, and he was saying that how we actually did a lot of maintenance on the equipment, because they had a lot of the Russian equipment out there in 29 Palms and out there in Fort Bliss, I guess it is. And they did a lot of maintenance on that equipment. And that was something that was not done on the Russian equipment. So we were talking about that, and that seems to be one of the biggest differences in the OPFOR forces and the actual Russian forces. And so it just, when we talked about it, it was like, yeah, they didn't do that. Something broke down, we fixed it. They don't. So that was one of those key things to that whole process in our OPFOR system. We didn't account for that.
That's a good point. Yeah, we assume there's a certain level of maintenance and due diligence taking place, and that doesn't always appear to be the case. Hey, folks, just some house cleaning here. We've been getting a lot of requests, people going up and down. I know Twitter's been glitchy. If you do have a question or you wish to speak, please raise your hand so that we can go in order, because I can't tell, who wants to speak and when, and that really helps me out. And if you find that you're speaking and suddenly you can't hear anything anymore, that's usually Twitter blowing up on you. So in that case, the only way out of it, I guess, is to just check closed captions by pressing on the three dots above. And if you see the caption scrolling, you know that you're not hearing anything, and then you have to drop down to listener, probably quit your app, maybe, do a couple of dances, jump up and down on your phone, scream in frustration, like Finance does, and then try again. And that's been the way it's been quite a bit lately. So our apologies, everyone. I noticed that we said, or I said S400, and suddenly Portland appeared. So I would imagine he might have something to say. But before we do that, I just want to welcome Ben, co-host. I didn't even see you come up here. You seem to have made a deal with Joseph, and you're now my new co-host. Thank you, Ben. How are you? Well, maybe he's...
Yep.
You're okay. All right. So going in order, Portland, did you want to speak? Otherwise, I shall go to Nina, who has got her hand up and is following the rules so beautifully.
I will defer to Nina. I think that was pretty well covered.
Thank you, Portland. Actually, I wanted to ask you a question. What's up? What's up on? I don't know if you say Kherson or Kherson. I'm not talking about the oblast. I'm talking about the city. Yesterday, we heard some news that the Russians are actually like a little bit in a pocket there. What is your take on this? Thank you, Portland.
So the Ukrainians are continuing to shape the battle down south. The Saki air raid is kind of important. That basically cuts their availability of airframes for close air support by probably 70% or so. The Ukrainians have been working very, very carefully with some, I'm not sure how to describe it really, because the way they're behaving is very similar to German World War II Auftragstactic, which really emphasizes seizing the initiative, remaining methodical but remaining aggressive all the way through the operation. So if there's like a lull in the fighting and you think you've got the opportunity to, grab a hold of an advantageous terrain feature, or you've got an enemy formation in a disadvantageous position, or whatever, you're expect to exploit it very quickly without necessarily waiting for permission from higher ups while you do it. So they've been working pretty diligently to isolate Kherson for a while, more than a month now. And the more they do this, the more I tend to think that the plan is probably going to be to isolate Kherson, cut it off from resupply, bypass it entirely, and then break out into the tank country east of, I think it's called the E97. It's been a couple of days since I've looked at the map and I can't remember the name of the road. Anybody correct me? The E97, is that the one that's just east? It runs sort of, northeast to southwest. Anybody have a map handy?
Not really.
I can't remember the name of the road, but either way, there's some pretty broken ground a little ways to the east of Kherson, and you don't really want to be messing around in tanks until you've gotten out to the east of that. So the continued methodical isolation of Russian forces in Kherson strikes me as, just a continuation of the strategic big picture that the Ukrainians have been advancing for at least the last month or month and a half. And I do keep on looking at this and wondering if it could be a Princeton Heights kind of a situation. And actually, the main attack will come from Zaporizhzhia. But honestly, at that point, I'm just sort of picking historical analogs and sort of guessing.
Thank you, Portland. But I'm sure that you saw, was it last night, they hit again some of the bridges that I think that they are now not working at all, those bridges. Am I right?
Right, yeah. So there appears to be a little bit of method to their madness, because it looks to me, for all the world, like the objective... Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Check.
Loud and clear.
Okay, cool. It looks to me very much like what the Ukrainians are doing is basically leaving the Russians a ribbon of passable bridge that they can retreat over pretty much on foot, or maybe, if they fancy chancing it, in light passenger vehicles. But not enough bridge to reinforce the city with supplies or heavy equipment. So I think we should expect to see them hitting the dam near Novokakova and the Antonivka bridge and whatever other water crossings they've got with monotonous regular. What I do think we should be watching out for is when Ukraine decides to smash these ferries and pontoons, because I know that those are in range of Ukrainian artillery, and if Ukraine hasn't smashed them, it's because Ukraine doesn't want to, which means Ukraine is up to something that is not immediately obvious from where I'm sitting.
Can I have a follow-up, please?
No, just give me a second, Nina. I'd like to complement your previous question. Apparently this afternoon or late morning, the Ukrainians bombed Berdyansk. So it's a port city on the Azov Sea, in the Sea of Azov, which is not very, very far from Mariupol, if you picture it, and which could be considered as a potential target for an offensive, an Ukrainian offensive starting in Zaporizhzhia. And Axel was very excited because he was saying, well, that's perfect, because that makes it, at the very least, as a credible bluff for an offensive on Zaporizhzhia. And potentially it's not a bluff and it could be the real thing. So they are really pushing this narrative according to Axel, who of course is a bit of a Patton fan and is just wants to go forward and wants blood, but at least this is something to take in consideration for Portland. Yeah, you can go ahead, Nina.
Thank you. Yeah, so it looks like, as Portland said, the Ukrainians are up to something, and they are not. We have seen that they are very clever and creative, and they let the Russians come into Kherson city now. And as we talked yesterday, the more Russians they are letting in there, we can start sending them some like floating bananas or something that they can get over the river halfway, and then they will just be bombed there. But as you said, Ben, there are some other things going on. So it's not only in Kherson, and it's not only in Zaporizhia. It's like seems that it's being like a whole line here. Thank you.
Portland, you want to react to this?
Yeah, sorry, I was having a spot of difficulty getting my phone to come off mute. Yeah, I find the whole thing quite strange because we know that they have taken delivery of, at the very least, several hundred PT-91 main battle tanks from Poland. You know, sources differ. Somewhere between 270 and 440. I'm a bit dubious of the first number because I can't find documentation regarding how many PT-91s have actually been built. But in any case, the weirdness basically is we know that these tanks have been delivered. We know that they've taken delivery of a significant number of upgraded T-72s from other sources. I like to focus on the PT-91 because they're so distinctive, like I could recognize them at an instant, right? And they're the best tanks right now that the Ukrainians have. Therefore, where we see a large number of these PT-91s, that is where the big fight is going to be. But here's the thing. I haven't seen a goddamn hair of any of them in weeks. I saw a batch of 25 coming in by train a couple of weeks ago. I saw a bunch of them doing what I assume to be some flavor of shakedown trials weeks before that. Aside from that, not a goddamn peep, right? So we all have to be honest about the fact that we actually have no particularly reliable idea where the Ukrainians are going to their offensive. We know that they will. They'd be foolish not to, but we don't know where. And I am only assuming that it's going to be Kherson, basically for two reasons. One, the Ukrainian General Staff says it's going to be Kherson. And two, Kherson is the best tank country in all of Ukraine. But those are two fairly thin reasons for thinking that we know what the Ukrainians are going to do. So, yeah, I would caution everybody to remain curious and humble because if you think you figured out what's going on, then certainly the Russians think they've figured out what's going on. And we should expect the Ukrainians to do something completely different. Or, unfortunately, this gets a little bit circular. We should expect them to do the conventional thing, because it is possible that the terrain advantage may outweigh the surprise advantage. There's just no way for us to tell. So, you know, you take your number and you take your chances, I'm afraid.
Portland, I wouldn't be surprised if the Ukrainians have some really clever plan here. I actually believe that they have been so creative, and I think that we should expect that. Is it that you can't see those tanks on satellite pictures? What those Ukrainian tanks that you were talking about? That can they be hidden in the greens somewhere?
I mean, you know, anything can be hidden with enough tree coverage. But yeah, I have seen precisely Zip for at least 3 weeks. But I know they're out there somewhere. I've seen them being delivered. And I will bet you that if I'm sitting here scratching my head going, I wonder where those like 300 odd tanks are, you can bet that it's keeping the Russians up at night. Because if I don't know where they are, I have access to better satellites than the Russians do. Okay, fine. You know, me and the people who do satellite imagery interpretation with me, there's only 3 of us and there are lots of the Russians. But doesn't change the fact that I have access to more and better quality imagery than they do. So if I can't find these tanks, the Russians can't find them. That sounds like a bad day if you are in the Russian general staff to me.
Joseph, are you in the Russian general staff?
Am I a Russian what then?
Are you part of the Russian general staff?
I'm not as of yet, but I hear that there are some open positions that they are trying to fill. So, I mean, I think, people like us might have a shot then at this point.
Don't take the job. The retirement plan is a zinc box.
At least there's a retirement plan. It's better than what I'm being offered at the moment. So, Ricardo has joined us. He has something to tell us, I think, about Russian anti-air systems.
Okay. All right. So the DM, I was not going to talk about that, but I can post it if you'd like. You can. I actually have a question. I'm not a military person, but Portland, for us who are not, when I evaluate this thing, it seems like, and maybe this is obvious.
Ricardo, he dropped. If you wait for a minute, either he really doesn't like you, or I'll be back in a second.
Okay, well, I'll post what you were talking about.
Yeah, why don't you describe it as well? It's a very clever scheme.
Okay, done.
Well done.
Now, Ben, speaking of the Russian general staff, I've heard that some of them have tactically withdrawn out of the city of Kherson, leaving their men behind. Do we have any further confirmation on that yet that you're aware of, or is it still just something that's kind of I guess a little bit more than a rumor, but a little bit less than a confirmed fact at this point?
I don't know. I think the rumor, as you say, has started to be floated by the Ukrainian media, and let's be honest, it's fantastic trolling, and even if it was only trolling, it would be a massive win on the propaganda war chapter. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure what it means, because even if there's 30,000 men on the left, on the right bank of the Dnieper, what are we saying? That they're withdrawn their brigade level guys? Are we talking battalion level? I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just one general who moved back. So I'm not sure how significant it is.
If we look back at a historical example, I think back to Napoleon's little trip to Egypt. Do you remember that little story?
You're not going to start talking about French defeats, you two, right? I've got Axel to bust my balls already.
I just remember he basically slipped out, and he sort of left the Egyptian army, the French the Egyptian expedition. He sort of left it behind. He took some of his best guys and left them. So I think that's the historical example I think of when I think of such an event. But I don't know. Can you think of any other examples. I think there's some in Roman history of like commanders retreating or abandoning their men.
There's the Russian the Moscow retreat by the same Napoleon, where at some point he went like, yeah, it's smelling really bad. There's Cossacks going up and right, and he jumped into a sledge, took a few hundred horsemen with him, and just went and left whatever was left of his army to die. So yeah, that's bad. But again, in this case, when we say Russian command, I'm not sure what we're talking about. Are we talking about the front, like the southern command that has been already hit 2 or 3 days ago? Are we talking about the brigades that are in action, the BTR, the BTGs? I don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's true. It's a very general statement, and quite frankly, it's possible that their HQ, quote unquote, could have been withdrawn, pulled back. We'll say just to get out of like direct HIMARS or even direct artillery range or something. In other words, it might have been more of a military decision, but the Ukrainians are framing it for obvious reasons, and I think not incorrectly, that they've run away from the actual city. I mean, which is true. But yeah, I don't know. It's as you said, it's basically at this point right now kind of a rumor. It's sort of started by the Ukrainians. We don't really have any specifics, but I would say the fact that we sort of can believe it, that it's not the craziest thing we've heard. The crazy things we hear is when Ukraine, hits a Russian oil refinery with a drone or a major airbase in Crimea. That's when we go, holy cow, I can't believe that happened. But the idea that Russian commanders abandoned their men, I find that wholly believable. So I think, yeah, as you said, if it's just sort of information warfare on Ukraine's part, it's expertly done, but there might be more to it. I wouldn't doubt it if there was. Go ahead, Ben.
Personally, I don't believe it at all. The Russians have proven time and again that they were extremely slow at reacting, and that sort of swift movement, even by an HQ, is very not typical of them. Like, these are the guys who've reinforced and the Chernobyevska over 12 times despite being hit again and again and again. So I don't understand. Like, I think they would have enjoyed almost. They would have continued being hit, and I'm ready to bet they have some 3 or 4 star generals on the wrong side of the Dnipro who's going to find himself cut from his rear and try to swim or something and be caught by some Ukrainian cook who went to the Dnipro to pick up some water for the borscht, and it's going to take him prisoner with a spoon, and we're going to have a laugh at this. For me, the 4-star general is still on the right side of the Dnipro. And he will be prisoner. That's my bet.
From your mouth to God's ear, Ben.
Joseph, I think we have hands. Did you see who pulled it first?
I think John, but I don't know.
Oh, thanks. I'll be very brief.
John, I'm so sorry. I think Joseph was being attacked by a killing rabbit or something like that. You okay with that?
Oh yeah, no, I'm okay. I think it was John. I was just audibly not knowing and being it was a difficult decision, but I think it was John.
Okay. Sorry. So then go ahead, John.
Oh, thank you. I'll be very brief. Just a more recent example than Napoleon would be MacArthur and his staff abandoning the US Army in the Philippines. But that aside, I tend to agree with Ben. The senior commanders would not be leaving without the permission of Putin. And I think we're all fairly clear that Putin is not up for abandoning Kherson and the West Bank of that oblast. So, I very much doubt there's anything in it, to be honest.
Famously said, "I will return to the Philippines," right, John?
Well, yeah, he did, but it didn't stop him buggering off and leaving his blokes, did it?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was like how he sort of covered it up. That was like his damage control, I guess you'd call it. I bet there's a Russian commander somewhere, if this is true, saying, "I will return to Kherson, gentlemen. I'm going to get more stuff for you." But yeah, thanks.
The legend is that when MacArthur returned, he actually sort of said, "I have returned."
Yeah, MacArthur, very strange commander, supposedly referred to himself in the third person when talking to people, sort of had, from a military family, very kind of viewed himself in the light of history or something like that, very grandiose kind of guy. So maybe you need that in a general, I don't know, but a very controversial figure militarily, we'll say, much like Patton, but we don't want to, we're getting in the weeds here a little bit, but thank you, John. That's another excellent example. He's absolutely correct of a commander kind of leaving his guys there and to their fate, basically. I mean, let's be honest. And it's tough. But yeah, good military history, precedent, examples. So thank you very much, John. And now we can go to Nina. Nina, go ahead.
Thank you, Joseph. I thought that Ricardo had something to tell, and I am sitting here waiting. And did you say, Joseph, that we should wait for Portland to come back, or actually?
I think Ben said his exact words were either Portland will come back or he doesn't like Ricardo. So I guess that we can do the math there.
If I like Ricardo to tell, isn't that enough?
Well, it probably would be helpful if you refer to Ricardo by his rank. He was major in the Swaziland army, and so if you call him Major Ricardo, I think he's gonna explain everything.
Ben, you know what? It's not that I would be disrespectful for people if I'm not talking about their ranks, because I don't bow for money or status. I bow for people who has the heart in their right place. So and I am just like a normal person, and I think that if somebody wants to be called like with some ranking name, of course I can respect that, but I can't see that there is I see only Ricardo, so I'm talking to him now.
Yeah, please refer to me as Master Thomason, guys. That's my preferred title. No, I'm just kidding. Ricardo, go ahead.
Yeah, Nina, they're just doing the American pulling your leg. I have no military experience whatsoever. No, my question actually was, and I think anybody can add, it's not really a question, it's just that as a non-military person, and what Portland was saying is that, I mean, for somebody who's not, it just seems to me that, and it may be obvious to you guys, that no matter what, Ukraine adapts. That's why I don't know that we can see a plan. I don't know that I've heard anybody talk about how well they just continually adapt, and it seems not, maybe planned, but they can adapt. It seems like on a dime, and unfortunately, the dime is in the Russians' pocket.
Yeah, I think Gurney's spoken to this a little bit, and I think he's laid out a really brilliant explanation. And I'll do my best to butcher it for you right now, which is that a military plan isn't necessarily a master plan that has a beginning point and an end point, and it's all just going to kind of go according to that plan. I think, as Gurney points out, it's sort of a step-by-step process, and in each phase of the plan, there's almost like a new plan. And the important thing is planning for all the contingencies around it and then dealing with the results of what happens in each phase, right? And so what the Ukrainians are effectively doing is integrating new, capabilities and weaponry into their arsenal, and then they're using it, and then they're sort of measuring the Russian response, right? So, I mean, we've seen this over and over and over, right? So Russia had basically the ability to, early in the war, they attempted to gain air superiority. They flew aircraft out. all of a sudden the Ukrainians had, you know, anti-air man pads, and they used them, and all of a sudden, you know, Russia had to change their strategy. And so, you know, that sort of went on and on and on. And now we're at the stage where, like, there's HIMARS shooting ammunition depots, and like now Ukraine's sort of seeing, okay, what's Russia going to do? What's Russia going to do in a situation like Kherson, right? And at each stage, so they've took out one bridge, and then, you know, they said, okay, now you have a choice. So they see, okay, Russia's trying to build a pontoon bridge. And so I guess, you know, again, like Gurney said it a lot better than I am right now, but that there's like this, each stage of the plan has to be kind of rethought with your enemy's reaction. And as Colonel Spencer likes to always say, the enemy gets a vote, right? The enemy gets a vote in your plan. The weather gets a vote. There's other factors at play. And so it's always good to like kind of reassess your plan or have a contingency in place for if X happens, then Y, right? So I think that's kind of the long answer. When we think about military planning, it's about planning for contingencies, and it is about adapting, or at least a good military plan is, right? It's about once a certain objective has been achieved, your enemy is going to react in some way, and then like dealing with that reaction as some part of the overall plan. But it's like a continuous process. Ben, any thoughts on this like broad idea of military planning and you know, contingencies and the enemy's ability to react to it or adapt to it?
I may not have much to say on this chapter. I'm sorry, this is a lot above my pay grade. I'm happy to see whenever the Ukrainians do something cool. They've killed a major of the VDV recently, so, you know, rest in pieces. And yeah, I'm sorry, Ricardo. I'm potentially even worse at you sorry, I'm potentially even worse at military stuff than you are. So I can't help you much there. Sorry, Major.
But yeah, I think like overall, you know, we've heard Colonel Spencer, who's actually been on the ground in Ukraine and who is a military person who has been in a role where he's done military planning to some degree. Like, the Ukrainians are great planners. They're planning very actively. I don't know what that entails exactly, but, you know, I imagine Colonel Spencer went into a room and there were a lot of guys sitting over maps talking about, if this happens, we do this. If that happens, we do that. We get supplies here. We, you know, in case the Russians try to counterattack, this is what we do. You know, we need to make sure that that building's neutralized before we move forward. You know, all the stuff that you need in a good plan, right? I mean, we've all made a plan in our lives. I think that there's the Ukrainians seem particularly good at that aspect of the operations that they do. And then I think, you know, the part, basically, as far as I can tell, the part where they really fall short is their equipment. Like, they need more equipment. If they could, their plans get a lot bigger. We've seen this over and over, right? When we gave them HIMARS, like, it was clear they had a plan ready, right? Like they had a plan ready to go. They just needed the HIMARS to do it. So yeah, I think that's just maybe another aspect of this, right? Is that Ukraine clearly has the planning ready. They've got the capability to do stuff, and I'd say the main thing they need is just the heavy weapons that we're constantly, you know, drumming the beat of, like, Ukraine needs more of. And this is why, right? We've seen absolutely stark evidence that whenever they get the weapons, they make a great plan and they execute it. And we're baffled. The Russians are baffled. The world, the global media, for the 5-minute attention span that it has, is baffled. And then we all just kind of accept it as the new normal. And then Ukraine does something that, once again, we can't believe, and on it goes. But anyway, Ben, any last follow up on this?
It may not be directly related, but it's something I really enjoyed hearing about. There was a French general who's heading the French special forces at the moment, and he was talking about the Western NATO understanding of special forces. And what he was saying was quite interesting, because he was saying that on top of the sort of mission sending them to do the difficult things, kill bin Laden, train people in the middle of the mountains or whatnot, one of the main missions of the special forces in Western military is to try out new kit, new way of using it, new type of techniques that then become become mainstream in other units. So if you think, for instance, I may be wrong, but that's the way I interpreted it. The way they break down, they break doors and they clear rooms, etc. This used to be something that in the 90s only like maybe 20 units in the world had trained in, like the SAS and few others had this level of proficiency. Nowadays, any grunt in the US Army has done some room clearing training, knows how to hold his weapon in case of QCB, I think. So there's this level of learning that goes first through the special forces and then spreads out. And what the Ukrainians seems to have been doing is that, well, I'm sure that some units are particularly good at trying new stuff. There seems to be a way of everyone is trying something. Everyone is pushing the ball, trying to find new stuff, inventing new systems, and that if you think about the drones, it's almost impossible for units that have just bought the latest DJI to have been trained with the drones, and so they're all trying to do new stuff. There must be a level of communication which is pretty amazing, but also completely flat, or almost completely flat. And if you think of our friend Ryan, I don't think he's an especially elite special ops type of unit, and still he basically invents and reinvents drones. He told us himself that he was trying something out. He contacted someone in the rear to fetch him some engines, and then he went to Kyiv, and he got I don't remember exactly the story he told us, but like he basically built his own little fleet of drones, and there he went, because he was not happy with what he was receiving from the US, those switchblades, which he thought were too expensive and were not exactly fitting his needs. That I think is pretty amazing. Also, yeah, I think we could wax lyricals, but this level of flat organization is one of the things that really caught my attention.
Yeah, and I guess just to underscore your point real quick, Ben, I'll start with just saying we've had a lot of Ukrainian soldiers named Roman on the space lately, so I'm not 100% sure. So the surnames, but the first Roman I'm referring to was a private. But he was recently promoted, I think, to a commander. And then we had Kovalev, Roman Kovalev, his major afterwards. So this private sort of described what you said. He said, basically, everyone's kind of, most people are civilians or they're kind of new to this. Everyone understands, like, there's a learning curve. That everyone's trying to learn from each other. One person might know something that other people don't, even though someone ranks higher. There's kind of this, like, as you pointed out, like a flat organizational approach. And he described it as like a very, vibrant but anarchic kind of, effort to learn on everyone's behalf. And then his major came on, Roman Kovalev. And he said, and I love this quote, I'll use it at every opportunity, he said that right now the Ukrainian army is 1/3 Cossack, 1/3 anarchy, and 1/3 NATO standard, right? So that 1/3 anarchy is kind of the flat that's where the experimentation happens, right? So yeah, I think that, and then we look at everything that they're improvising from just like small things like adding remote capability on certain devices or drones, adding explosives, to large things like they're engineering improvised rocket propelled, or rocket vehicles, like basically improvised grad launchers. They're putting them on pickup trucks and other types of military vehicles. So we're seeing all kinds of improvisation on behalf of the Ukrainians when it comes to planning, when it comes to engineering, when it comes to weapons creation, things like that. So excellent points, Ben. And with that, I know Ollie's been trying to get up for a while. Ollie, go ahead. We lose Ollie. Oh, there he is.
Hey, Joseph, and hey, Ben. Hope you guys are good. Hope everyone is good. Basically, what I came to talk about was Wagner. I don't want to shift the talk anywhere else, but with everything going on and like what could be done about them? Like, could they be designated as a terrorist organization? Like, because of what's happening, I read the news today, and they are actually doing bidding to get into the country north of Ghana, that's Burkina Faso. And yeah, that's why I'm just kind of thinking what could be done to like just crush the organization.
Yeah, thanks, Ollie. So I think it's a great point, right? The Wagner Group, which is a sort of Russian mercenary organization we've heard a lot about, is also very active in Africa. They've also been very active in Syria. And at every place they've been found, especially in Africa, they've been party to horrific war crimes. And in fact, they've sort of been training regimes in Africa to help or sort of, I guess we might call it Russian style, counterinsurgency or whatever you want to call it, where they just mass murder everybody. So yeah, it's definitely a major issue. I think we need to think about long term how to contain Wagner Group. I think designating them a terrorist organization is a good idea. I think right now the damage to Wagner Group just from the Russian invasion of Ukraine has been so severe that at the very least they've been crippled by this event more than any other in their history. That said, I think long term we do need some kind of plan. But I saw Finance popped up, so Finance, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been pounding the declare Wagner Group a terror organization drum for a while now in this space. I want to reiterate that atrocities are what they do, right? Like they've done them in Syria, they've done them in Russia, they've done them throughout Africa. In Africa, in Central African Republic, there are credible accounts of Wagner mercenaries committing cannibalism. No joke, cannibalism in the 21st century, courtesy of these guys. It really doesn't get any more horrific than that. When you're like, oh, what crime could be worse than what they do? Nope, they will find a new low. Their specialty is in oppressing populations with mass atrocities, as you said. It is very, very difficult to say that they are not a terror organization, so I don't know how that hasn't happened. If nothing is done about these guys, though, like other organs of the Russian state, I would not expect them to disappear. While I'm sure many of their operators have anymore, and if they're not stopped along with the Russian state in this horrific war, they're going to continue. They're going to continue spreading their doctrine amongst the various dictators and friends of Russia in a post-war environment. These guys are not just active in Russia; they're active in other countries as well. And there really needs to be a playbook to stop these guys and other groups that would pop up to mimic their atrocity spreading approach that suggests that the appropriate way to deal with civil discontent is through mass murder and mass atrocities as a form of oppression. And so that's what I would say. These people make my blood boil.
Thank you, Finance. And Ollie, do you want to follow up? We lost Ollie. We'll get Ollie back.
Also, hi, Ollie. Nice to see him again. Happy to have our Ghanaian friend up here. Always nice to have a friendly African voice who sees it from their lens and can explain in cultural context when we have other African speakers just how horrific the actions of Russia are.
Yeah, if someone told me the Wagner Group was like hanging out in Mexico, I'd be pretty terrified. Sorry, I think Ben wanted to say something. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, there's one thing we should add about the Wagner Group is that they are terrifying against the weak, but every single time they came up against better organized, better trained, better supported adversaries, they got, and I think that's the technical term, they got their ass whooped. It's well known that in Deir el-Zawr in Syria in 2020, they went out against a couple of platoons, I think, of American Marines. And I would say they had a bloody nose, and that would be correct, but the bloody nose was all that was left of them because they got completely thrashed. And also, very interestingly, in Tripoli, during the Battle of Tripoli in 2018, they seem to have had enormous losses. That they really got they really got thrashed by the. I'm not exactly sure who it was. I think it might have been the Turkish Special Forces or Libyan units trained by the Turkish Special Forces. But in any case, the guys of Wagner got seriously decimated. And in Ukraine, again, at the moment, yeah, whenever they have massive artillery support and air cover, they can hold their line, which makes them decent light infantry. But time and again, it has been shown that if they don't have that artillery, if they don't have that fire support from the air, they are dreadful, and they're fearsome, and that's PSYOP. You really don't want to fall prisoner into their hands, but that's all they are. They're bloodthirsty vampires, but they're not good military. Again, I am not a military expert. I'm not a very good one to judge, but based on the result, when you're 0-3, that doesn't speak in your favor.
But you're right, Ben. Thank you for that follow-up there. I think, Ollie, if you wanted to follow up, go ahead.
Yes, I couldn't agree more with what Finance and Ben and you, Joseph, you were trying to say. And there needs to be a plan for this group, Wagner, because looking at their influence, especially in Africa, they seem to do the bidding and empowerment of dictators, and it's very, very sad. You have countries getting them in, like Mali is a very, very typical example. Mali's junta knows that they could be gotten rid of, just like what happened in Guinea a few months ago or a year ago. So the Russians kind of do their negotiations with these dictators, and they sign dirty deals, and they get Wagner to protect them, and this has not been happening just recently. I happen to be doing this course, and it has to do with politics in Ghana. And our very, very first president, there were reports that when he was president, he was literally a dictator. He killed his he imprisoned the opposition, and there were reports that his security detail were Soviet soldiers. So it's been happening for a long time, and I'm surprised it's still happening. There needs to be a plan for the group. They do bidding for dictators. They empower dictators. There are reports, nasty reports of stuff they do to Africans in Mali. I'm sure all of you know the story of the village, the mine village, and like they were all killed, and they actually bidding to get into Burkina Faso. So it's a little bit messed up with the whole issue of extremism in sub-Saharan Africa. Yeah.
Ollie, I don't know what you're doing on Wednesday early afternoon our time, basically. I think it's gonna be 12 o'clock UTC, so you can figure out what time it is for you. There's a French expert called Vincent Touret who's going to come to speak to us, and you can believe that probably the first or the second question out of my mouth for him is going to be, why haven't the French Special Forces done away with those guys? This would be the most direct way of helping Ukraine, and honestly, that would be a way of spending my tax money that I would be really, really, really happy about.
Yes, Ben, I couldn't agree more. I was thinking, because they've already set up bases in Mali. There are good jets in Niger, French Rafales jets in Niger. They could do some good runs. And I mean, in as much as I like peace, I think these people are not human. They are very evil with them, the kind of things they do. And the French Special Forces, because as you were explaining earlier on, they seem to always fret when it comes to facing a more organized and a more capable force. With the story of what happened to them in Syria, close to 200 of them, I read, were just obliterated, like they were just killed. So I think something, and it's not going to be, and that's the problem, escalation, as they always say, but something should be done. And yeah, it comes down to the leaders too. It's these leaders who sign these dirty deals with these this group, this organization. They empower them, they protect them, and they loot, they kill, every evil thing you could think about. They just go about doing it. So yeah, I think I'd put it in my reminders. I'd make sure I come on Wednesday. Yeah, thank you, Ben.
Anytime, Ollie. Can you stick around? Because we'll have a few questions for you, I'm sure, with Joseph. But for the moment, Sean has his hand raised, and unless Finance or Joseph want to continue on the subject of Wagner, we could go to it.
Yes,
I think I'm good.
Yes,
I'll be here. Go ahead.
Yes, I'll be here.
Oh yeah. So yeah, Ollie is here. If anyone does want to come up and continue this line of questioning, Finance, did you have anything you wanted to add about this topic, or otherwise we'll move to Sean?
I've said what I need to say.
Great, Sean, go ahead.
Thanks. Just kind of getting back to where somebody just left off, is the sort of ingenuity and creativity of the Ukrainians. And having worked there for a few summers, like I've seen it firsthand in the context of archaeology and, doing sort of new and exciting things at the time, like photogrammetry and 3D modeling. So seeing them, at work with computers and shovels and, whether it's engineering, again, software, whatever. Like I just, I'd like to hear more about, that to me is a huge X factor. Again, I'm no military person, but I just know sort of the skills that they bring and have, and that along with the heart, it's, not going to be beat. So just kind of wanted to add that, and thanks for the space.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. I'm like infinitely obsessed with Ukrainian technicals. Every time I find one, I show it to every military person I know, and I'm like, "Do you see what they did? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it cool? What if you had it? What would you do?" And they're like, "Geez, Joe, leave me alone." But yeah, so I'm definitely obsessed with the idea, like their kind of engineering capacities. Definitely, we've heard a lot about their software capabilities in terms of fighting Russian cyber attacks, but also in terms of their ability to create a coordinated artillery, system and sort of information system for their military. Definitely cool stuff. So, did you say you did archaeology in Ukraine? Is that what you were doing?
Yeah, we were working on the, I was with the university, and we were working on the UNESCO World Heritage nomination for Chersonesus. So the site there in Crimea. And so staying on an old base, I was there in the early mid 2000s. So this was during the Orange Revolution, a little bit, before the Revolution of Dignity and, of course, the current circumstances. But, so we were working with a multidisciplinary team, people from all over the world, and then also working with students from Kyiv and Kyiv Mohyla, I think was the name of the school, as well as kids from students from Simferopol. And so sort of got to experience the dynamics again of the early mid 2000s of this, these same issues that I hear discussed in this space all the time of use of language and these all of the, I guess I wish I would have had more insight into honestly Russian propaganda back in those days, because I heard the stories of a lot of the kids in Simferopol, students from Simferopol, they had Russian passports at the time, and it always sort of baffled me to why is this, and then heard a lot, from friends that were in Kyiv who would talk, they would speak in Ukrainian, and sort of the grief that they got and the shit that they took sometimes for just speaking Ukrainian. Of course, my language was pretty limited at the time, and so I missed out on a lot of that. It was all context clues basically in what they would tell me. But yeah, it was a fantastic experience. Such a beautiful place. I can't wait to go back once Crimea is back in Ukrainians' hands where it belongs. I can't wait to go back. Wait for the party.
Yeah, thanks for elaborating on that, Sean. I was just curious. Thanks so much. Ben, if you had any questions about archaeology in Ukraine in the early 2000s, otherwise maybe we can go to George, who came up. Ben?
This is a rabbit hole I will refrain from following, but it's not out of. I would have loved to, but I won't go there. I won't go there.
But yeah, I mean, it's definitely like just, I don't know, Ukraine, right? The old and the new, right? I mean, it's a very, very old, civilization, for lack of a better term. It's a place that has been inhabited for a very long time in human history, but also a place where, technology, software, IT is, they're kind of at the forefront of that stuff. So it's just kind of an interesting dynamic, interesting contrast, and it's sort of, the Ukrainian character, the old and the new, right?
Yeah. No, absolutely. I actually have got a question for finance, and he dropped. All right, too bad. And that was well synchronized. George, save me for myself.
Actually, I was going to go down the rabbit hole you didn't want to go to, but I wanted to ask Sean. Is he still here?
Yep,
still here.
Have you heard any? I mean, that was the early 2000s. Have you heard anything about that site or anything since the Russians have taken over, have occupied Crimea? Have you heard anything about the site from any of your the people that you were there with?
Yeah, I still have some friends who keep in touch. A lot of the staff changed over when Crimea was annexed and occupied, and so there's not a whole lot of information that comes out of it. Recently, there was a brand new museum that was built to build an exhibit for all of the stele and stuff like that, and I've heard it's sort of fallen into some disrepair, and just the grounds. It was a preserve. I don't know how well it's being taken care of. I've heard some stuff like that just because of the staff turnover, but it's hard to get good information out of there.
One more question. So, when you guys were excavating in that area?
Yes.
So was it like ancient, like Roman settlements, or what era were you guys looking at? If you don't mind me asking.
No, not at all. It was a little bit of everything. I can tell you from experience, found a little piece of white ceramic plate, essentially with the Nazi swastika on it, and literally 10 bust of Hercules that had been reused. It was from the Roman times and had been reused in a Byzantine wall. So, it was, civilization going back to early man. The site we were working on was mostly the city, right around.
Did we lose you or die?
Oh, check. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay. So all periods, most of the stuff we were digging were Byzantine, and there were some Roman burials that were excavated as well. So it was massive. This was a multi-year project where they were doing excavations in the city and in the Cora, so in sort of the more agricultural lands outside of the city. So there were, I think they did, I was, with the university, was there for like 12 years, 14 years. I was there for 3. And so there's a long history of excavation there.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm hoping that in the time since, and that stuff is still intact, because, the history of human, when you look about the history of human culture and how long those areas have been developed by different different empires and things, it's amazing, and it's a rich cultural history down there. And we all know how Russians they're destroying everything that's Ukrainian. You see them destroying museums, memorials. In Mariupol, we heard that they had ransacked museums with artifacts, and God knows what happened to them. And hopefully those mongrels didn't just melt down things to take them back home to their, to their family. So, unfortunately, we do tend to lose a lot of things of cultural value for the world anyway.
Oh, agree 100%. It's heartbreaking to see some of the looting and pillaging, much less the murder and rape and all the other horrible atrocities. But yeah, it's a land of a long history, and to see that just pillaged and destroyed, it's horrible.
Sean, I imagine they take a lot of precautions at archaeology sites. Getting shelled by artillery is probably not good for any of these World Heritage sites, right?
You would think, but the Russians seem to know, that they don't give a shit. And so, you would hope that they would protect that stuff. But again, I have zero faith in the Russians, so there's that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Sean. We saw priceless artifacts in Syria, destroyed by the Russians. So, not wrong. John, please go ahead.
Thank you, Jeff. I was just going to mention I had seen this come across my feed about a day or so ago, that apparently some kind of ceramic pot, or portion of a ceramic pot, engraved in it with a Ukrainian trizub, was apparently found in an excavation near Minsk in Belarus.
I heard that too, John, and I think the article I read, they were worried that that artifact would be destroyed because, remember, the whole deal with Belarus, not Belarus, but that lunatic Lukashenko, because he's of Putin's tuchus, is, Ukraine doesn't really exist as a separate culture. They're really, Russians that forgot they're Russian. So hopefully those artifacts aren't destroyed. And I know that's one of the fears from a lot of Ukrainian archaeologists and historians, that the Russians will destroy ancient texts and manuscripts, especially in those monasteries and churches.
John, I've got a question for you.
Yes.
Do you know what happened in Tripoli in 2018 and what the Wagner Group? What sort of a role the Wagner Group play there?
I'm about the least knowledgeable person you could ask in terms of events in Africa.
Too bad. I'm trying to find sources. I'm struggling a bit. But I will continue digging. Meanwhile, Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to drop down, but just wanted to quickly thank everybody. This space is something special. Much love to everybody out there. Keep up the good work, and Slava Ukraine.
Here I'm Slav. I have to say it, Ben. Do you feel compelled to say it?
No, I actually don't like to say it.
It's like I don't know. In music school, people used to go and they'd play all the notes to a scale except the last one, and someone would have to run over the piano and play the last note. To me, it's like that. It's like you have to say it.
Well, I'm probably not a very musical person. That explains it.
Got to resolve, then.
Well, yeah. Olwe, can I ask you something? Over the past, when was it, 2 or 3 days ago, President Zelensky mentioned Ghana, and if I'm not wrong in my flags, the PRC, Congo. And can you tell us what he said and how was it received in Ghana?
Hey Ben, yeah, that's a very, very good question. And yeah, I mean, the whole problem right now is things are very, very tough, and the whole issue of the war in Ukraine. You have people in support of Ukraine and they just don't like what's going on, but they are just very, very little, like they are few. And a very, very big chunk of the population is just trying to survive because of inflation, and things are so hard and everything is tough right now. So they just don't care because they just want to survive. But you have this very good number who feel good about it, but it's not very spoken about in the media. And you go through the comments when Zelensky spoke about Ghana, and you see comments like, we are hoping for a Ukrainian embassy in Ghana, like stuff like that. You know, there are people who really care, but they don't want to come out. They are just hidden. And for myself, I even find it hard to find people like that who care for Ukraine, but they are just hidden in Ghana. So I know of this Ukrainian Ghanaian family, and she's from her mom is from Ukraine and her dad is from Ghana, but she was born in Ukraine, but she lives here. And I've been trying to get her to come on here to speak, give a kind of perspective, because she says she sometimes has arguments with her classmates about the war, trying to explain, and people just not wanting to listen. Some people just want to spew the old trash, the Russian propaganda. But yeah, that's how it is. It's like that. Things are kind of tough, so people have not really focused their mind. They just want to survive. People are finding it hard to get 3 square meals. People are eating maybe roughly once a day. So they don't care, they just want to survive. But there's also a good number who care, and they are hidden. Because Twitter is a good place. You go and you see there are actually Ghanaians in support of Ukraine, but they are just hidden. You just can't find them. Because yeah, that's how it is.
One question: how does the Russian propaganda reaches Ghana? Is it are there Ghanaian relays, or do they go straight to the somehow to the English language RT or something like that?
No, none. Okay, it's going to be long, but I'll try to keep it short. None of our cable TVs or our satellite TVs down here stream RT. So the only way you're going to get it is on YouTube, and they have been taken off YouTube. So people don't get it on YouTube unless they go to their website. But it's deep-rooted, as I'm saying. I could explain I'm taking a full course in this issue, and the title of the course is Politics in Ghana. From after independence. So like there have been explanations on why there's Russian influence in Ghana. So when Ghana gained independence, our first president, Kwame Nkrumah, I'm sure some of you know him, he was a dictator. He was brutal to his political opposition. He imprisoned them, but he was loved by the people. And Ghana's foreign policy during his time was not to side with anyone. And unfortunately, when Ghana gained independence during this period, the Cold War was in its peak, and Ghana's soul was at stake. Ghana had to choose between freedom or totalitarianism. So it was a whole mess. And Kwame Nkrumah, he promised not to align with either the West or the East, but he started preaching about communism in Ghana, and he started aligning with the East badly. He was their kind of darling boy. They loved him because he was preaching their stuff here. So, it's happened a long time. It's deep-rooted. It's been there a long time ago. And you could talk of his security detail and, basic stuff like, I overheard some students arguing in school the other time on how they think the Russian military is so powerful and they could crush the American military. And, explaining the whole concept of warfare and military power and Air Force, you need air superiority to people who don't appreciate it. So I don't like to explain that. I just allow them to go. But
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to redirect you very quickly. Where do you hear actually today pro-Russian propaganda? Is it on TV? Do you hear this on TV, or do people just...
No, it's not on TV. So it's basically, as I was saying, the Soviet Union. The people got scholarships to go study in the Soviet Union during this first president's tenure. So you see, that kind of sense of the Russian people are what I keep on saying. The Russians present themselves to Ghanaians as their liberators. Like they claim that they helped us to get our independence. So you never hear Russian propaganda on TV. No, it doesn't happen. But it's just to the few educated people who got their education in the Soviet Union. And WhatsApp. WhatsApp is notorious for spreading Russian propaganda. I remember when the war started, the same thing that you hear every Russian say of Donbass. There was a whole video, there was a whole kind of WhatsApp message going around trying to justify why Russia is in Ukraine, of Nazis, that bullshit. You get it, but you never hear Russian propaganda on TV. No, it doesn't happen. It all boils down to what I keep on saying. the reason why countries like China has so much influence in African countries. Like the sense of abandonment. African countries used to have good relationships with the West, but some got abandoned. I could talk of Ghana because for Ghana, for instance, I could say when I was growing up, I think our relationship with America was the best, one of the very best. I remember very well when Obama came to Ghana. Those kind of things, basic stuff like you have American volunteers come into your school. I remember that very well. And they don't come and preach to us that they are liberators and they are freedom fighters. They come to instill values, teach about like respecting ourselves, those kind of stuff. But right now,
Siren alert
what
update.
these kids are
Donetsk
learning,
full alert.
and
Zaporizhzhia
the
full
influence
alert.
from China
This
is very,
message
very
has been
scary.
generated with municipal data.
Like after 2010, I could say 2010, yeah, like the relationships as we when I was growing up, everything changed. I think, was it Obama came to Ghana? Which other American president came to Ghana in the past 20 years? If Joseph, if you could remind me, I've forgotten the other American president. Sorry.
I don't know. I mean, Bush had a
Siren
couple
alert
initiatives in
update.
Africa. I know he kind of
Donetsk
increased, but I don't know if he
full
actually
alert.
visited Ghana or not.
Zaporizhzhia full
Yeah,
alert.
I think
This message has
it
been
was
generated with municipal data.
no, I didn't see Bush. But yeah, there was a good relationship and it was steady. And, when we were abandoned, so I'm not saying we are abandoned, but some countries have been abandoned and they feel very, very abandoned. So that's when the East came to fill up the space and they kind of claim that they are liberators. They lie about things they've done and, the
Yeah, and Ollie,
issue
as someone who knows about the history of your country, I mean, did Russia really have? As far as I know, Russia didn't have any role in helping Ghana achieve liberation from their colonizers. Like Ghana did that themselves, right?
No, they absolutely had no role.
Here,
They
Siren
didn't
alert
do
update.
anything. But that's what they
Dnipropetrovsk
do. They
full
they
alert.
pro-
This
they
message has been
behave
generated
and
with
they
municipal
project
data.
themselves as liberators. They lie to people, and people just spread it. It's very, very
Yeah,
fast.
it's
That's
really
the
a
problem.
patronizing idea, right? The idea that you needed their help in any way. Go ahead.
Yes, I agree with you. It's true. They behave and they tell people they were liberators. They fought for our freedom. They helped us fight for our freedom. And the whole issue is illiteracy. People not wanting to read. I find myself not certain. I say I want to set up spaces where I post in school
Here,
and
Siren
people
alert
come
update.
on. But these are
Dnipropetrovsk
people who
full
just
alert.
don't want to learn
This
about
message has been
international
generated
stuff.
with
And
municipal data.
that's why I find myself spending odd times and odd hours staying up late listening to spaces like this. Mira, it's amazing. I learn always. Any single time I come on here, I learn something new. And people just don't want to learn. So they find themselves falling for this kind of lies that the Russians and I mean Ben could be a witness of that. What the Ugandan
Here, Siren
president
alert
posted
update.
when
Dnipropetrovsk full alert.
the Russian
This
foreign
message has been
minister
generated
that
with municipal
Bozo
data.
went to his country about how Russians never did anything to them, and the people who did something to them, they're working with them. Like, just utter nonsense. I think supporting Ukraine is a moral duty. You can't see injustice and you kind of say, no, they should do what they are doing. It's absolutely wrong. So we should, as you guys are doing an amazing job, sometimes I ask myself questions like, does Axel get any rest? anytime I come on here, I see him. You, Joseph, you run the show from a long time. I wake up early in the morning. I see you around 6 a.m. Ghana time. Like, it's just amazing. Yeah.
Honestly,
Ben,
I don't work as hard as Axel, man. Axel, you're right. Like, he doesn't sleep that much. He basically doesn't believe in sleep. He's always telling, like, Ben can confirm this. He's always telling us, like, you sleep too much. Like, you should stop sleeping so much. He believes in, like, less sleep is, I don't know, healthy for you, Ben? Do you understand Axel's obsession with not sleeping?
I think Axel is happy not to hear me too often, so he's happy when I'm sleeping. So he never told me to not sleep.
Ben would love to sleep, I'm sure. He just can't because of baby, right, Ben?
It's more of my wife, but that's another issue. We'll keep it private. I think the position of Russia and Ghana is a little bit more complex than Oli makes it to be, as far as I understand it. Is that back in the 60s, Ghana was indeed the darling of the Soviet camp, and they expended quite a lot of money on what they call white elephants. Oli, can you explain to us what a white elephant is?
Sorry, Ben. I think you need to enlighten me. I have not really read about that. But I know they were investing money into propaganda here.
Yeah, white elephants are... Well, basically, what you need to always keep in mind, because that is something we tend to forget, but the Soviet Union was considered as the great development success of the 20th century up until the 70s and even early 80s. They were considered as a peasant country which had managed to, through sheer pure will, to become an industrial power of at a world level. And so a lot of people were craving for this model that would allow them in 10 or 20 years to turn their, at least that's the way they perceived it, backward country, poor country, into a rich, powerful industrial power. And Ghana was no exception. And they basically designed a plan which was to industrialize Ghana. I think there's a famous aluminium plant that was designed in Ghana, and as you probably know, aluminium requires massive amounts of electricity. So there was a giant dam that was built, and the giant plant. And I think the dam never produced a single kilowatt of electricity, and the aluminium plant never worked. And those massive projects are called white elephants. But I guess finance knows a lot more than me about this sort of things, so he can join the conversation or bring it somewhere else.
Ghanaian aluminum is a bit outside of even my obscure knowledge pool, so I would have to kick that one to Ali if we wanted to hear about that.
I mean, I'm so impressed by Ben's knowledge about all of this with the dam and the industrialization plan that the Soviets put in place. I think Ben you should come down here. You have a Ghanaian passport waiting for you. I'm very, very impressed. It's hard to see Westerners being knowledgeable about Ghana like that. I mean, it's true. You could, like, there are factories that Ben is talking about that they set up, and they are still there. Like, they are non-operational since the 60s that they were built. They haven't produced a single. So you could talk about the factory that Kwame Nkrumah, the aluminium factory that Ben is talking about. Yes, they've not produced a single. They've not produced anything. So yes, I agree with you, Ben.
Okay, I think we can continue with the menagerie, but finance, you wanted to contribute to something, and then I've got a question for you.
Well, I came to hear what your question was.
Okay. If I'm not mistaken, you have a website, right? I'll take it as a yes. And I wanted to pitch you an article for your website if you're interested. And it was about Kuleba. Are you interested in an article about Kuleba?
Okay, I'm already one article behind. Why not two? Why should I write about this?
Okay, so quick pitch. Kuleba is in the neighborhood of Moscow, southeast. As the name indicates, it used to be a Muslim-majority region, it's not anymore. And it was also a rather poor area because it, during the Soviet time, it was considered that as non-strategic, as the heavy industry tended to be more either in Moscow or a bit further east in Tatarstan. So Kuleba was a bit forgotten, unknown entity, if you wish. And in the early 2000s, a new governor was elected. Antoniovic, if I remember well, but I might be wrong, something along those lines. And he came up, and unlike all the others, he's the person who was rooting for, his historical model was the first president of Singapore, who developed Singapore into what it is today. And he tried to the best of his ability to make Kuleba an attractive region for foreign investment. And, you know, he's a governor, he's quite a powerful guy. So what he tried to do was to cut on corruption as much as possible. There's been a lot of interviews of industrialists, and they say indeed that they don't see much of a difference between Kuleba and any Western country in terms of local threats to investors. And he also cut on red tape. Apparently, Kuleba was possible to get your building license accepted in record times, about less than a tenth faster than in many other provinces across Russia. So he built this thing really business friendly, and it works. He busts his ass off, and he gets tons of foreign companies to invest right in his province, mostly automotive. So I think Peugeot had a plant there, Volkswagen, Mercedes, BMW, and I'm forgetting probably many, but I haven't had time to read more about this. And so these guys became the symbol of what Russia could look like if it was not ruled by genocidal maniacs and mafia types. But what's really interesting is what happened after, because if you think about it, the region like Tatarstan and Moscow, which have those heavy industry, the old stuff that are still inherited from the Soviet time, they have not been completely directly hit by the what our friend Mikhail calls the Russian retreat or the Russian withdrawal of Western companies. Kuleba, on the other hand, is in a terrible, terrible situation because all those plants that made the model, that made the wealth of the local economy, have closed. And it is tantalizing, I think, to think in those terms, because that means that the most efficient, I would say, and the most open, probably the most democratic, even though I don't want to go too far either, parts of Russia are those that have collapsed under the weight of the sanctions. And what we have now are unadulterated Putinism, mafia types and all the rest has gone away. And I thought that was an interesting take for like sort of the political economy of the sanctions on the ground in Russia, and how those regions that were the most advanced and the ones that could have saved Russia have gone, and how it might impact the future of the country. So that's my pitch.
So another approach to this would be what our good friend Camille Kazani has already written about how Russia centralizes their nation around the metropole, and the centralization moves of the Putinist regime towards bringing to heel all of the different forms of taxation and even corrupt payments, so that they would all flow to Moscow in the center, and that the regional governors would be left with bubkiss at the same time as they decentralized costs, schools, welfare, etc., to impoverish all of the locales. The fact that Kuleba finally got hit by this, as did pretty much everything that wasn't closest to the center of power, is sort of not shocking. We also saw this in the exact same threads by the same author, who discussed how, because Russia's a mafia state, what is most economically controlled is the least complicated businesses to run, which is to say gas and oil extraction. And that those are the ones that are taken over by the state itself, because it's very easy to run them, and it's thus very easy to be the Sopranos when you are doing so, right? A thuggish group that is just a murderous mafia. And that as you go further from the center of power, say extraction of minerals, which requires a little bit more technology, those are the older oligarchs that he didn't push out. Then when you get to like machine parts, yes, Russia still has some of that it produces internally, but that's made by the nerds, as Kazani puts it. But those guys have been the most hosed by the sanctions regime, and they are purposefully pushed down, because if they were to be enriched in that regime, they also become a political bloc. So that's one of the reasons why import substitution and autarky never really work in Russia, because if you do it correctly, you have to empower all your engineers and nerds. And why in the world would you do that when all the thugs are in control, right? Like, the other side of this is, if these guys are empowered, what you get is trillionaire Jeff Bezos and Sergey Brin and Elon Musk, who, look, you may not like how any of them does business, but they're nerds. They didn't get there. You could say all of them are ruthless, and I won't argue, but they didn't get there by murdering their way to the top and running businesses based on theft and thuggery. They got there because they competed ruthlessly, and they built something complicated, right? The kind of people that can do that, they don't wish to empower, and that is harder to bring to heel and doesn't really work well with the Russian style of government. It is a political liability to allow that to occur, so it doesn't. So I'd say that's currently written, and it's written by somebody who does it better than I can. Though I do like the story, I do like the angle. Not saying it isn't useful, I'm just saying it's been done better.
Okay. I see your point, but allow me to...
Siren alert update. Mykolaiv, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Give me one more chance. So what's quite interesting for me is that as I was going on Twitter, I was looking for Kuleba. After all the announcements that all those plants were closing, one thing kept popping up. Kuleba became apparently one of the main destinations for Ukrainian deportees. There are a lot of extremely cringing and thank goodness they're nothing else than cringe for the moment.
Air siren alert update. Mykolaiv. Full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Deported to Kuleba and forced to make it look like everything is going a-okay and they're well treated and whatnot. But it seems like the local government has lost the plot, has lost its power because all the companies all the foreign companies are gone, and now it has to become the slave of the Kremlin and do all the bidding and all the things that maybe other governors may not want to advertise too loudly or may not want to do at all, and drag their feet whatnot. In Kuleba,
Air siren alert update. Kirovorod. Full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Really sickening. I did not look through every single other province, as you can guess. I just had a look at Ivanovo and a few others of the same region, and I did not see the same level of really pathetic acceptation of the Kremlin's all whims. So that is something that could be the conclusion of for my pitch. So there you are. But this is not fully. We're in full political realm now, and not in economics anymore. Did I sway you?
Air siren alert update.
You swayed me that it's absolutely fascinating.
This message has been generated with municipal data.
Dynamics going on in Russia today, and absolutely outside the scope of where I am most useful to our audience.
I got confused when you said finance has a website, and since then I've been confused, basically.
Oh yeah, no, you've never seen the Perception Money website. If you go click on my Twitter, you can click on perceptionmoney.com. It's actually linked on my little Twitter profile. Has a few articles, including Econ 101, Genocide Doesn't Fight Inflation. If you notice, you cannot donate any money to me on my website. But if you click the little button on the side, Help Ukraine Fight, you can donate to MariaAid.com. So if you would like to donate some money to Maria Aid, you're welcome to. If you'd like to read my few thoughts on finance that I post irregularly about the fight, currently I have one on that. I had one on This Is Not a Deal. I have to go update for the current state of the ridiculous grain heist going on, but I need to write an update for that. That's one article, and I need to write on sort of the economic situation of Ukraine and why we need to hand them some cashish and what we should do about all these frozen Russian funds. So yes, I actually have a website. I will take article requests when things come up regularly from our speakers or sort of the most broad topics I hear about the most often, because I think it is relevant. And I'm sitting here trying to bridge the gap between the guys who really do a ton of research and are writing this and actually explain what the hell is going on, because my experience is that media does an absolute crap job of explaining anything financial to anybody. And it's even worse when it comes to this war.
Yeah, and I'd like to dispel a myth that I've heard repeated quite a few times on Twitter. There are only very, very few pictures of finance half naked on this website. Very, very few.
If you do find a picture of me half naked on this website, one, I'm really curious how, because those don't generally exist. And two, just consider it an Only Fellas post and please donate some money to Maria Aid or Come Back Alive or your other favorite Ukrainian charity, just not the Red Cross, because those guys are a bunch of inefficient schmucks and their actions in Russia are really gross. But if you wish to actually somehow come across a picture of me, let alone a picture of me half naked, consider it an Only Fellas post and please use this time to become totally inspired. Consider it a donation to get me to send them and then tell me about it, and I'll go buy myself a shirt, because I promise you probably don't want to see that. With that, I'll pass it back to the hosts.
Thanks, friends.
Yeah, I offered to run a fundraiser at one point. I was figured, it'd be $20 for pictures of me without my shirt on, and then $40 to make sure that when I sent a picture, it would have my shirt on.
I've seen you in real life. You're not so bad looking.
Honey, not in public.
Oh, so I got lucky. Okay. I'd like to take the opportunity to relay something that we talked about potentially ad nauseum this morning, but which our American audience may not be aware of. So while I was looking at Kuleba, one tweet popped out. It was a tweet from the Chamber of Commerce of Belgium in Russia, sound random, which was celebrating the opening of a new brewery in Kuleba precisely, and the tweet was dated August 4th, 2022. And I was like, this is very strange. A Belgian brewery opening in Russia right now, this month, cannot be true. So I went to Domin, and Domin said, that's weird, please dig. So I went to do a bit of digging, and hold and behold, there were quite a lot of information. So it turns out that a company called InBev in Belgium, and which is also an American company, which has a name. Finance, can you help me on this one? Finance is gone. I think it's Anobus, something like that. In Germany, in the US, apparently, potentially one of the most famous American breweries. So InBev, anyway, in Belgium, used to have a lot of investment in Russia, and early April pulled back. But he didn't just close the factory doors. They actually sold their assets to their partner in their joint venture. So they had a joint venture with Turkish, of all things, a Turkish company, and they sold it to that partner. And that Turkish company is called Efes. Again, a very large brewery in Turkey, potentially the most famous over there, which had investment in Russia in participation with InBev. And why I'm telling you this, because when I kept digging, it turns out that actually Efes is in great part owned by InBev. So what you have is a Belgian company sharing an investment with a Turkish company, which it actually owns in parts. So it is just a sort of financial juggling that has allowed them to look pretty on paper, but actually to not actually really divest from Russia. Those guys have found a loophole, exploited it, and are now still selling a number of mostly Belgian beers in Russia at the moment. The most famous is probably Leffe, and maybe you've heard of this one. And so Leffe is being sold at the moment in Russia, and the company that owns it has invested over the past month probably millions of rubles to build a new factory to develop their production of beer in Russia, and to benefit and support the economy of a country which is waging a war of genocide in another country. So if you're as outraged as I am by this, and you direct your attention to the Nest, there's a post. It's the 7th. It's the 7th post in the Nest, and where I call out Leffe and InBev. If you want to retweet it, if you want to call out Leffe and InBev on your own, you're most welcome. We'd love for them to have a rude awakening tomorrow when they open the computers and to take action as fast as possible. Our friends from the Yale University who have looked at all this are also on the case. They're digging, they're trying to see if it's a one-off or if it's a common pattern among European brands. So it's time to take action if you care to take action. So there, Joseph, do you have something to add on the subject or on another subject?
I don't think so.
Okay, Oli, your hand is up.
Hey, I just wanted to say hello to Finance, but I realized he dropped. Hey, Yehuda, how are you doing? I hope you're good. And basically, the reason why I raised my hand, I do a little bit of digging. It's relating to a little bit of what Ben you were just talking about, but it's a little bit different. I wanted to find out whether the sanctions are really hitting the Russians. And one thing I realized about the rich in Russia, they like German cars. So you find them with cars like BMWs and Mercedes-Benz and G-Wagons. So sometimes I just go on Twitter, on Instagram, and I try to find Russian accounts, and yet you find them with very, very modern cars. And I'm wondering, are there not sanctions? How are they getting their hands on these cars? Do you kind of get what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, it's unfortunate that finance is not here anymore because we talked about it recently. So first of all, cars are a special beast because they're very heavy and they tend to be developed in country. So most of the quote-unquote German cars that you will see in Russia are built actually in Russia by German companies. So when you close those factories, that's pretty much game over. So there's still some import for extremely high-end cars, the most expensive ones, those that can bear the sort of cost that are associated with transporting such a car, especially a luxury German car can weigh several tons. So this is not trivial to transport. This costs a lot of money, so they only the really, really high end are affected. Taking stock, the factories are closed and they're really, really closed. It's not one of those, we're leaving them in the hands of our local partners, of one of those things. No, when Mercedes and BMW and Volkswagen said we're closing, they're closed, finished. So in that respect, the availability of those cars is extremely limited. There's still some stock, but we've seen the numbers. The drop in sales of German cars in Russia is of the order of 80%. So they're working through the stocks, and that's about it. But as you cleverly remarked, the Russians are crazy about their cars. They really, really love them. It's part of the gangster life that is so important for their culture. And they tend to require them. And there have been recently a study that, an inquiry that was made by, I don't remember whom, but I can find it for those who are interested, that showed that the Indian subsidiaries of, I think it was Mercedes, what they did was that they sent a car to Dubai. From Dubai, it was sent to northern Iran. From northern Iran, it was sent somewhere else, I don't remember. I think potentially Georgia, I might be wrong. And then finally it arrived in Russia. So there were 4 or 5 stops but they did carry this luxury
Air siren
German
alert
car
update.
all the way to
Kirovorod.
Russia.
All
There are
clear.
ways around sanctions,
Donetsk. All clear.
but I don't want
This
to
message has been
imagine
generated
the
with
price of the
municipal
car
data.
that had to be potentially built in India, but I'm not even sure those cars are built in India. So potentially built somewhere, maybe in China, maybe in Germany, shipped to India, which is already extremely expensive, and then shipped to Dubai, and then shipped to Iran, and then shipped to Russia. This is crazy from a logistical point of view, and I wouldn't be surprised if the cost of the
Air
car
siren
had
alert
doubled
update.
or tripled
Kirovorod.
just in
All clear.
the actual
Donetsk.
cost.
All clear.
And
This
on
message
this,
has been
the
generated
guys
with
doing this
municipal
must
data.
have gotten the premium of the century, made a killing, and so then you're probably looking at a car which is 5 to 10 times the price of the original car that you would find in Germany. The other thing that was interesting is that I'm pretty certain that there are BMW and Mercedes retailers in Dubai itself, but it was not a Dubai retailer that sent them. It was an Indian retailer. So they really had to go really far to find this car, which must have made it even more expensive. So you're right.
Air siren alert
Some
update.
people do manage to
Kirovorod.
spread the sanctions,
All clear.
but we're
Donetsk.
trying to look
All
at
clear. This message has been
fringe,
generated with
rare,
municipal data.
and pricey exceptions that should not really affect the overall level. It's not 2 or 3 cars that are going to change the picture. The sanctions on the automotive sector are working. They're working really well, and I wouldn't be surprised if the automotive sector was one of the most affected by the sanction. That being said, guess who comes to the rescue? Mr. Finance.
Yeah, hi. With thanks to George, our regular listener, we have a nice little graphic for the latest in Belgian beer that I have posted to the Nest. I think this explains everything we need to know about the Anheuser-Busch InBev company. But as to the specific sanctions things, yes. They're able to sell foreign-made cars via basically first importing them through places like India and Turkey and other places where they're legally sold. Russian basically, car places, clothing places, etc., go buy from there and then import from there to Russia. In the gray market, the prices have gone up by 20-30% often for these things to deal with the extra cost of shipping and the illicit way in which they're getting goods. But I mean, they're getting the latest Apple. The Apple store in Moscow thinks it will get the latest model within a month of it coming out here in the States. So they are able to get the consumer products. It is costing them more though. I'm a little less concerned about consumer products than I am about the industrial machinery and machine parts, because that's the stuff that makes war machines. And I'm also more concerned about cheap, crappy light trucks than I am about BMWs, because that's the stuff that move troops from A to B. So that's where we're looking more at the massive increase in Turkish exports to Russia at the same time as Turkey has increased imports from the machine tool making parts of Europe, like Northern Italy and Germany and Czechoslovakia, etc., that we should be concerned about.
Air siren alert update.
Sorry,
Dnipropetrovsk. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Yeah, no, there's of course BMWs are not the main issue. Although, if we wanted to be a bit negative, we could say that it's usually the most expensive items that forge the way, And once the route is well trotted, the contacts have been made, that people know how to do it, who to pay, what to avoid, etc. You can start sending less expensive stuff or potentially more important stuff that you really don't want to get to see seized. So that's
Air siren alert update. Dnipropetrovsk. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Consideration, I would say. But overall, would you say that the sanctions are still mostly working? No, rather, there are two narratives. One narrative is that the Russians are learning and they're finding new ways of skirting the sanctions, going through Turkey, going through Iran, going through China, or even to I'm sure your great delight, the Afghan trade minister.
Air siren alert update. Zaporizhzhia. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
They're learning. They're more and more able to avoid sanctions by relying on new and different partners. On the other hand, you could also say that the people enforcing the sanctions are learning. There is the case of the Indian banks, which initially were quite happy to try to continue working with the Russian banks and to do some good business, etc. And then gradually, when they saw the backlash there was, all the problems, they started to withdraw. And at the moment, the Indian financial sector is shutting down to its Russian contacts and becoming more and more difficult.
Air siren alert update. Zaporizhzhia. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
So, which one of those two narratives do you think is the most correct?
The truth is somewhere in the middle of the extremes of both ends. It is definitely worse than the 4% number that we have seen reported for the last second quarter for Russia. But that number in one quarter itself is still pretty bad. Like that is a terrible print for an economy in a quarter. But there isn't a way to get around the fact that 1,300 businesses just left Russia, and the level of disinvestment of foreign direct investment negative is 30 years of foreign direct investment undone in months. There's not a way to fix that. It is true.
Air siren alert update. Dnipropetrovsk. Full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
From the sanctions on imports is really bad. It's also true that they are slowly ameliorating some of them because they're corrupt and they're good at figuring out corrupt ways to solve things. But I would say it's much closer to sadly, we're not getting the 30% immediate destruction that could have been possible in their economy. But their factories that make higher end things that aren't based in the military are hosed. Their internal inflation is really high. Their budget, like the Ukrainian budget, has a massive hole blown in it.
Dnipropetrovsk. Full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Down in ways that are not going to be repaired, fixed, or helped. So their economy is still doing worse than they're reporting. It is not doing as badly as it could be doing because they are able to get some stuff in, and staunching the bleeding does matter here. But it is definitely still true that their economy is massively hurting, and it's more than just that already very bad 4% down print that we've seen. Down 4%, if we got that here in the US as a surprise number instead of whatever we got a negative number. But if we got a negative 4% number for a quarter, you would expect the stock market's down 30%, 40%, somewhere nearby that. You would expect bond markets to be moving heavily one way or the other. You would expect some companies to be
Dnipropetrovsk. Full alert.
In Russia, many companies
this message has been generated with municipal data.
Massive numbers of foreign subsidiaries have pulled out. They are having huge problems, and in ways that will last long after this war ends, especially in their very key energy sector. They also had a massive immediate brain drain, and that's not easily fixable, where a lot of their wealthier, higher educated, middle class people just voted with their feet and left.
Okay, yeah. Sanctions, but at least the direct sanctions are not everything. They're facing a multi-layered cake of problems. So, yeah, we should not forget that, and this is going to be positive. Finance, did you get to listen to the interview about the drones today?
Sorry, was that to me, Ben?
It was to Finance, but if you've heard it, it
sorry.
also works for you.
Go ahead, Finance, sorry.
Okay, he's probably in a delicate situation right now. Joseph, did you get to hear the drone the conversation?
Sorry, my mic button got stuck. No, Ben, I did not. That's the sad part about working the night shift. I seem to miss like all the interviews, which sucks. But I promoted it. I promoted the crap out of it, Ben.
Okay, so I was hoping if someone has heard it, Ricardo, have you heard the interview about the drones? Riccardo, carissimo amico, hai sentito l'intervista sotto il drone? Okay, I don't know how to say drone in Italian. Riccardo? No. Okay,
How many languages do you speak, Ben?
Correctly? None.
I don't believe.
But if the girl is pretty, really pretty, I can speak quite a few.
So you speak Chinese, you speak French, you speak Italian.
I don't speak Chinese. Okay, it's not the band show, so I think we'll show it for the next time we have a beer together. Okay, I guess that's the sort of moment when I call everyone, tell them that we are a bunch of very friendly guys. If they want to come and join us, they are more than welcome. We're happy to take any question. On the panel at the moment, there is Oli from Ghana, who's very good at oily stuff and Ghanaian stuff. There's Ricardo, who doesn't speak Italian or doesn't like me, doesn't want to answer me, either way. And there's Joseph. Joseph knows a bit of everything about everything, but he's particularly good about anything that relates to Central Asia. So if you have any interest in this respect, I think he also knows quite a few things about religion. And since tomorrow is the Day of the Virgin, that's maybe a line of inquiry you'd like to explore. And there's Mei, if you want to know more about comics, French comics or Belgian comics, not the American crap, you can come and ask me. And yeah, that's about it. But I'll be delighted to hear any question about anything and then tell you that we have other guys who can help you on those subjects. Meanwhile, we've got a friend of the show, Portuguese super lady, who is joining us very probably with a question, and she always has the most interesting ones because it's about geography, and we all love geography, don't we, guys? Yes, we do. Spring.
Hi, I just had to drop by because I was up here because I was laughing like alone here with you're talking. Holly, don't be that impressed. He speaks the Latin language, so he can easily arrive to all the others. It's he can speak French, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, and I don't know if he speaks anything of Romania, but they are all in the same family. So it's, but he's a very nice person. So, and it's actually right that the best comics are the Belgian and the French ones. That is completely true. But no, I haven't heard the drones. I have been a bit out today, so I can rest a bit. What were the big news about the drones? Can you explain me, Ben, or you haven't listened to it too?
No, precisely. I've not had the occasion to listen to it. Actually, it was the second time they came. They were here, I think, the day before yesterday. There was yet another conversation, and I did not get to listen to it. So it was very frustrating. I know it's soon going to be on Spotify, so I'm biding my time. I will listen to them at this occasion. But I was hoping that we could rekindle the conversation. But George has joined us. I assume
Siren alert update. Dnipropetrovsk. All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
You phrased that.
It's okay. I assume you want to speak about Belgian comics. Which one is your favorite? Do you think that the Belgian school is finished now, or is the spirit still continuing? And who's your current favorite author of Belgian comics?
I have no idea. I'm in complete loss right now. So I'm speechless, and I'm going to stay that way.
Please don't. Did you hear the conversation about the drones?
No. I'm sorry. I was
Siren
having
alert update.
I was having Twitter.
All clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Damn it, Twitter. Well, never gonna get someone.
You lost your co-host?
Yes. Well, I fired him. I was like, yeah, I can do it alone. No problem. We don't need the Americans. Do we need the Americans, Spain? We don't need the Americans. George, do we need the Americans?
For this, no. Is Axel on here, or is he taking a nap now?
If you say his word 3 times, he should appear. But you need to be willing
Siren
to
alert
face
update. Dnipropetrovsk.
Meine
All clear.
Freunde.
This message
Where
has
are
been
you?
generated with municipal data.
I think it's 2:38 in Estonia, probably sleeping.
Yes, I that's right. But I see him. He's on here though. I see him. I see Axel Speaker, right?
Yeah. I think he was talking all the way up to roughly till midnight. He was here till midnight, and he usually wakes up around 3:30 in the morning. So yeah, there's no real reason for him to drop off, considering that he barely left. He's always there.
I see. So he's the Energizer Bunny of the site.
George, don't encourage him. Sleeping 8 hours a night is perfectly fine. There are a lot of nice people who sleep 8 hours a night. We don't all have to be like Axel, who barely sleeps, and I'm being told never eats. This is one of those things.
The other thing about Axel, he's always doing something, right? He's like always like going to a meeting, or like, I don't know, like it's on top of everything he's doing on the space. He's like in the middle of doing other things, right, Ben?
Yeah, there I'm not quite sure, because whenever he's hot mic, and he's often hot mic, all he's doing is playing with his dogs and getting scolded by his wife. So I would put the fact that Axel is working as one of those possible facts, but not confirmed. Finance, go ahead. Okay, I really think finance doesn't like me today. Cynthia, welcome.
I think you need to stop taking the technical issues personally, Ben, and telling other people that they don't like other people because they can't connect. Sorry, go ahead, Ben.
Oh, and of course I'm taking things personally. Otherwise, it's not fun. Cynthia, I don't think I've had the pleasure of hearing you, but I see that you've been befriended by a bunch of really cool fellows. So I'm expecting a lot from you.
Oh my, yeah, don't put that pressure on me. Hi Ben, I've listened to you before and you're a great host, so you hang in there. You're doing okay. It's Sunday evening here, around a little after 7. I'm on the East Coast in the US. I did listen to the drone conversation today, but I'm not military, so I'm not going to be any good at trying to enlighten anybody on that, but it was very interesting. I was going to ask, though, about I see where the Independence Day for Ukraine is upcoming on August 24th. I know here in Washington, D.C., they're having something on that Saturday afterwards, a celebration. But I just wondered if there's been any, updates or discussion about, one, either, what's being planned in Ukraine, or two, are we nervous about Russia and anything that date represents to them and things that they may be thinking about doing? So I hadn't really heard anybody talk about that in the past few days. I just wondered if people had some ideas on that.
They'll definitely try to ruin it somehow. I mean, probably through various terror attacks, Ben.
I don't know. We've been burned before. We've been there before, and we've been burned. The sort of date stuff. The Russians, we thought that they cared about it. We thought that Putin was trying to attack on the 21st, and the 21st was such an important date, of February was such an important date for him because, I don't know, it's the birthday of his dog or something like this. And, didn't work. Then we thought that they were trying to do something for some special date in March. Didn't work either. Then there was May 9th. We talked about it a lot, and that didn't work. So they might do something a bit silly. They might do something a bit spoiling. They might be the usual terrorist stuff, but what are they going to do? Send 6 missiles on Mykolaiv instead of 4 as they do on a daily basis? I don't think it's going to change much. They're doing their work already, and I don't see them being able to do much worse. On the other hand, you know what else will be on the 24th?
No, I don't.
It's going to be an anniversary, isn't it? Isn't it going to be the 6th month? Of the attack? Yeah, so it's going to be an occasion to look back and realize that, they made fools of themselves. So if I were them, I would try not to attract too much attention on the date.
Good point. Very good point. Yes. I just recently read today the article by Ben Wallace on how poorly the Russians are doing. I was very happy to read that. Thank you, Ben. Keep it up. You're doing good.
Cynthia, I'm sorry. I was hoping you'd speak a little bit longer about the article, so I was taking a glass of water. Well, I don't know what article you're talking about. What were they saying?
Oh, no, we're good, Ben. She just said you made a good point, and we'll move on to Prince. Prince, go ahead.
Ben may regret this. He said that we could ask any question we wanted. So I thought I'd ask, what's the meaning of life?
Isn't it 420?
Oh, that's a good answer. That is a very good answer. But then you said something about tomorrow being the Day of the Virgin. Is that a sale, or what is that all about?
A sale? Spring, help me out. You're better Catholic than I am.
Yes, in the Catholic countries, and I also find out in the last days that also in the Orthodox Church, it's the Assumption of the Holy Virgin, Holy Mother, or whatever. So it's a public holiday in all Catholic countries, I think, and also in the Orthodox ones. So it's considered a very important day in terms of religious calendar. But I have to explain that I'm not such a very good Catholic. I tried my best. My parents put me in Irish school with sisters, nuns, but it didn't cause any effect on me because I became a revolutionary. So, and the religion classes, I don't think I learned much, but it's the Assumption Day.
Okay, I understand that a little bit more. I was going to get how to get rid of a certain kind of spam, but I'll let it go for now. We were talking about inflatables that we might be able to donate, and I would really like to see a Russian general trying to cross the Dnipro in a unicorn inflatable. That was part of a topic yesterday. I think that would be a little bit hilarious. And I guess that's my comic relief for the moment.
Thank you, Prince. And with that, we'll go to JJ. JJ, go ahead.
Thanks, Joseph. I've been out walking for most of the day, so I haven't caught the news, but I did hear something about the Wagner Group. Can you give a little update on that if you haven't done that recently?
Yeah, so there's a occupied area in Ukraine. There's a city called Popasna, which was kind of a big news a while back. If anyone remembers, there's a battle in Popasna for quite some time. Eventually, Russia captured it. And Wagner Group recently set up like a little HQ there, basically. And they took a picture and, like posted it on Telegram, a series of pictures, really. And like based on that series of pictures kind of coming out on the internet, Ukraine was able to figure out like the address. Well, ultimately, the address was like in the picture, basically, the actual like street address. So they were able to very quickly geolocate that image and figure out where the headquarters was and launch a HIMARS strike against it. And they wiped out a pretty big contingent of Wagner Group at that HQ. So pretty good news about Wagner Group. Yeah. Any extra information on that, Ben? That's all I know about it.
No, but it's usual. Sunday is always slow when it comes to HIMARS. I've hosted a few Sunday nights, and the previous nights the guys were having every 10 minutes a new place has been hit, and it's exploding, and that's a bridge, and what is the consequence of that bridge exploding? And then it's an ammo depot, and then it's this, and then it's that. It's only good stuff, and but not on Sunday. Apparently they're good Catholics and they don't work on Sunday, so they're
Ben, I hate to tell you, but they had a little schism back in when was the schism? When the Orthodox schism was when
1052.
1052. Thank you, Ben. I don't think they're good Catholics. They're maybe good Orthodox.
Actually, a sizable proportion of Ukrainians are from the Greek Catholic Church, which is okay. I propose you look it up because honestly, I could speak about the Greek Catholic Church for way too long, and you're gonna all hate me.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know that, Ben. That's a good fact, though. It's maybe an overgeneralization I made, so thank you for that correction.
Yes, Ben is right. It's mainly in the western part of Ukraine. Yes, it is.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? Like sort of Poland, famously kind of Catholic, and then there's kind of like a borderland in Eastern Europe, so it makes sense that there would be some Catholics in Ukraine.
Yeah, I think it was part of the part that was the most heavily influenced by Poland. And when they came under, and then it got complicated. Actually, I don't know exactly the story of they're also known as Uniats, of the United Church in Ukraine, but that would be an interesting one to learn about. I was sure you knew everything about it. That's your wheelhouse, not mine.
Just a little, just about I'm not a big expert on Eastern Europe, but like Poland, Lithuanian Commonwealth and all that, and that there was a lot of Polish influence in that region before the Russian Empire kind of moved in. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe Max can help us. Max, please go. Or sorry, Mux. Mux, please go ahead.
No, I have a follow-up questions on the Wagner Group headquarters event. Do we know when they posted the pictures and the time that how many hours it takes for Ukraine to prepare and launch the attack?
Sorry, you got a lot of wind, Mux. Could you just? I heard you. How long it takes for X to happen, but could you say again one more time and maybe cover your phone from the wind?
Sorry, I'm cycling at the moment, so you guys join me whenever I'm cycling. My question is, do we know when the Wagner posted the pictures and how many hours it takes for Ukraine to launch the attack? Because kind of quick for them to do all kinds of preparations, and they have to travel the HIMARS and launch an attack.
Yeah, great question. I don't personally know. Hopefully, I'll get a DM from someone. But yeah, that's a great question. We've known famously that Ukraine's been pretty quick on these, and as you said, it's a pretty big organizational achievement, we might say, to be able to bring that kind of firepower down on a target quickly. And the lower lag time you have between a target being declared and the decision made to fire and bring the resources to bear on it is, that's a real achievement organizationally. Go ahead, Max.
Hey, thanks, Joseph. And another questions I have regarding Igor Girkin. I know there was a picture of him captured yesterday, but I saw some posts that was just a hoax. It's a Photoshop.
Your siren
do we have any
update
update on that one?
Kharkiv, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Sorry, update on what, Max? Sorry.
For Igor Girkin, the war crime that was captured yesterday. Using a fake passport.
Yeah. So supposedly he was arrested, but I haven't heard any specific updates since then. If anyone has, please come up and let us know.
Yeah, because I saw a post that was a hoax, and it was a Photoshop picture of him. I'm not sure how true it was.
Yeah, I don't know. Like a lot of pretty reliable people were declaring it, but I haven't seen any. I haven't seen any information since, so it's a good question. If anyone has any info, so I got a couple hands. Maybe someone can answer your questions, Mux. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna drop now. I'm continuing on the road. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Be careful. Obey all bicycle safety laws and whatnot.
This message has been generated
Spring, if you had anything you wanted to add, go ahead.
No, it's not about this. It's about the Catholic Church in Ukraine. I will wait.
Okay, Mockers, did you have any just quick info for Mux's questions?
Yeah, I believe the photos were published on Telegram on Wednesday, so that gives you an idea of how long it took to sort it all out. They were deleted, though, after the place had blown up. I can't imagine why.
Yeah, so maybe a few days is maybe a good indication of the lag time.
Yeah, carry on. I'm supposed to be asleep.
Yeah, thank you for that information, Mockers. Spring, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was reading, it's actually the biggest Eastern Catholic Church in Europe with 4.1 million.
The biggest Catholic church in Eastern Europe?
Yes, it's the biggest Catholic church. Say it.
What about Poland?
No, but it's probably the site that I'm speaking about. It's in a non Catholic majority country that they are referring. It's so outside of the so-called Catholic countries is the biggest one. The not so-called Catholic countries, and it's mainly in the 3 western oblasts of Ukraine, including the majority of the population of Lviv, but it's a small minority in the other parts of the country. It was just what I wanted to add, because I remember that we have a place in Portugal that is Fatima, that is a place to worship, suppose for the believers. Holy Mary appeared there, and people go there. And the image when the war started in Ukraine went to Ukraine so it could protect the country from the Russian invasion. That's why I knew that they had Catholics.
Gotcha. Yeah, thanks. That's very good information, Spring. Yeah, I wasn't aware of the. It hadn't occurred to me that there would be a Catholic community in Ukraine, but it makes perfect sense. And yeah, so it's a community of about 4.5 million people, something in that range. And yeah, as Spring said, they have a kind of a historical and you know, they have a historical. They have a history, we'll say, and also they're still active and present in Ukraine and still practicing their faith. So thanks for that information. And yeah, if anyone does have any questions or comments, you want to come up and contribute to the panel or ask a question, please feel free. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Also, please do feel free to retweet the space. It does help us out quite a bit. It helps us get our message out to people who might not have heard about us before. It helps, you know, optimize us in search results. It helps just put us in like the popular trending things, you know, and all that. And of course, if you guys could just directly reach out to people, let other people know about the Walter Report. Oh my God, I did it! I finally did it about the Maria Report. Anyway, yeah. So at the Maria Report, we support MariaAid.org. And Jesus Christ, I've been sleep deprived, you guys. Grampy had a fall, and it's been my deal to deal with it, and been a little stressful. So anyway, yeah, we support MariaAid.org. At MariaAid.org, they are an all-volunteer group just like us, and they support sending non-lethal aid to Ukraine, or they actually do it, I should say. God, these announcements, this is becoming a train wreck, these announcements. So yeah, please do go to MariaAid.org. Check it out. They send tourniquets, bandages, night vision, thermal vision, body armor, mine disposal equipment, firefighting equipment, all sorts of things that Ukrainian soldiers and civilians need on the front lines right now. And they're completely dedicated. There's no administrative costs, no overhead costs. 100% of everything goes directly to procuring the equipment and sending it to Ukraine. So yeah, thanks everybody for checking out MariaAid.org, going to the website, seeing what they do. And if you're so inclined and you're so able, we do definitely recommend you guys contribute to them. We don't monetize anything at the Maria Report. That's what we are, the Maria Report. Say it one more time, Maria Report. And please follow the Maria Report account. Yeah, nobody monetizes anything here. There's no buy Ben a cup of coffee, even though he needs it because he's sleep deprived because he has a baby. There's no, get Joseph, a new car because he's got an old Honda Accord. It's all just, goes directly to helping Ukraine. That's all we care about. That's all we're dedicated to. And we never solicit for money privately. Nobody ever will. And yeah, that's it. Yeah, if you guys have anything you want to say or contribute, please do feel free to come on up, press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. And I'm going to stop now. Good Lord. Andrew, please save me. Go ahead.
Joseph, 1 second.
Ben, yeah, go ahead.
I'd like everyone to say goodbye to Joseph. He will be escorted out of the premises and promptly shot in the back of his foot. I'm sorry, Joseph. It had to be done. You were the best of us. And it always comes from there. Anyway, as Joseph said, Andrew, welcome on board.
Hi guys. Sorry, Joseph, I don't think I can save you, but I can give you the chance to redeem yourself, I think, because I have a question for you. I heard you were the Central Asia expert, so I wanted to ask, around the time sanctions were getting really serious on Russia, a lot of them were talking about avoiding sanctions by having a lot of their imports rerouted to some Central Asian countries, namely Kazakhstan, who has a somewhat more friendly relationship with Russia than most countries do now. So I wanted to ask you, these Central Asian countries, do they have the logistical footprint and infrastructure to really support Russian import needs to any consequential level? I don't know much about Kazakhstan, but I don't really think it's a very industrialized nation from what I understand. So do they have the kind of infrastructure needed to seriously have any impact on Russia's logistical and import needs? Or is that just another pipe dream of theirs?
Yeah, so a great question, Andrew. And honestly, I consider myself sort of Madi Kaparov's understudy. Madi's a guy from Kazakhstan. He's studying at the London Business School. So he's also a fluent Russian speaker. Finance and him work together a lot to sort of try to read the tea leaves of the Russian economy. But sometimes Madi comes on, and whenever he does, we sort of pick his brain about Central Asia. I myself studied Tajikistan, which is kind of a very specific region. So my knowledge is kind of specialized and limited. But I will say this, just as what my knowledge is. So based on what Madi said and what I know is, so there's kind of two things. There's sort of Kazakhstan and everyone else, right? As far as everyone else, to your question of do they have the infrastructure or the financial capacity to help basically launder, Russian sanctions or, get around Russian sanctions? I don't think they do. There's really just not a banking sector that's been developed there since the fall of the Soviet Union. There's not really if Uzbekistan started ordering, high level industrial equipment all of a sudden, it would raise so many red flags that I just don't think it's feasible. Kazakhstan, on the other hand, as you said, absolutely correctly, is a little bit more capable. It has more capacity if it wanted to help Russia. The sort of good news, I guess we want to call it that, is that Russia has decided that Kazakhstan is sort of their next target, it seems, because they've been engaged in a very active information warfare campaign against Kazakhstan. And they've been basically saying the same stuff about Kazakhstan that they've said about Ukraine, which is, it's full of Nazis. It's, they're oppressing the ethnic Russians there and all that stuff. There seems to be a real concerted effort at this point by the Kazakh government to basically distance themselves from Russia and strategically realign themselves against Russia even, or at least away from Russia. So we've seen them basically declare that first off, they've been very cooperative with the sanctions. As far as I know, we haven't seen any major breach of the sanctions. They've been nothing but cooperative. And then we've seen a real effort on their part to try to reroute their main exports. They're sort of very similar to Russia. They're like a mini Russia in terms of what they export. They export oil and steel and things like that. And so they've been doing a lot of work to try to get those exports rerouted. Mainly, there's a pipeline that goes through Azerbaijan, I think, that they're trying to get oil out of because their pipeline goes through Russia. And as a result of their efforts to distance themselves from Russia, Russia sort of attempted to cut that pipeline. They said, there's some problems with it. We can't guarantee the safe passage of this. It's a nice pipeline you got here. Shame if something were to happen to it, kind of stuff, right? So yeah, Kazakhstan would be able to help them circumvent the sanctions, at least to some degree, but they're not going to, because as far as we know and as far as we've seen so far, Russia has been very hostile to Kazakhstan, in an information warfare kind of way. And Kazakhstan has sort of responded or like started to really strategically distance itself from Russia. They've made partnerships with basically everyone in the region they can that's not Russia, China, Iran, and so forth. And they seem pretty like ready to. They're not interested in like capitulating or like putting up with this like, you know, Ukraine type scenario in Kazakhstan. So hopefully that answers your question, Andrew. Did you have any follow-up? Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say thanks. I know about a year ago, the Russians helped put down, I guess what was almost a revolt in Kazakhstan. So I thought the Kazakhs might be a little bit friendlier to them, but I didn't realize that, you know, this development had occurred. So thanks for the insight. That's all.
Yeah, thanks. And I think like, as far as I can tell, Mahdi's like a little bit vague on that. He's basically, he'll kind of say, this is like a hill he'll die on, is like, we don't really know what happened like back then. But that said, I think that like maybe Russia misread, or like, I think maybe we see something like that and we think, oh, like that means Russia's like controlling Kazakhstan now. I think maybe the more accurate answer is Russia doesn't want an unstable Central Asia, right? That's definitely true in general. They don't want like a Muslim country next to them becoming unstable because that could cause problems for them. And then also like, we got to think about these countries, and, you know, Tokarev, I think Mahdi would tell you, is like sort of like a mafia boss or something like that, right? It's not like a leader in the sense of a Western country. So even though like Russia helped him once, like it's sort of a personal, it's not completely personal. There's obviously like, you know, there is government and sort of interests of others to take into account, don't get me wrong, but a lot of this comes down to like, does Tokarev make a decision? And he seems to have decided like, I'm going to distance myself from Russia. I'm done with this guy. They've made a terrible strategic blunder. They're coming to us, asking us to help fix this awful mistake they've made, and to like, you know, help them circumvent the sanctions, which could cause a lot of problems for us. Like, we're not interested in that. We're going to go a different direction. So I think it's a combination of that stuff, like that, that Russia has shown a lot of weakness and they've become a less viable strategic partner in the first place. And then they've also been sort of scheming in a lot of ways to like engage in some form of hybrid warfare in Kazakhstan. I don't think we've seen any evidence of like actual, you know, little green men in Kazakhstan or anything, but they've been definitely like talking about it like Ukraine. They've been saying the same terminology. You know, all of a sudden there's Nazis in Kazakhstan, which is like the most absurd thing. But to them, you know, they really, if you ask a Russian, can a Nazi run around in Kazakhstan, they'd tell you yes, absolutely. So, you know, it's just that's just how it is, I guess. But Ben, any like follow up? I mean, we talked to Mahdi about this stuff quite a bit. Anything I maybe forgot?
No, you are quite correct. He also covered the question of would the Kazakh army be able to repel a Russian intervention, and him and Axel were pretty much adamant on the fact that if the Russian army was in full force and able to attack, they would be able to take Kazakhstan relatively rapidly. But at the moment, considering the fact that most of the Russian army is held up in Ukraine, they could probably not be able to face the Kazakh army, however small and under-equipped it is. So there is not too much to fear on that level. And the other thing is that it's quite interesting that they're accusing the Kazakhs to be Nazis, because precisely a lot of Kazakhs did participate in World War II, and if you watch any Russian film about World War II, there's always one Kazakh guy, and it became also a very important element for the future of Kazakhstan, because there was this strange dynamic where the bulk of the interesting jobs and the powerful jobs in Kazakhstan in the 30s were actually occupied by Russians. Engineers were ethnic Russians, and the people in charge of the local administrations were ethnic Russian. But what happened is that as ethnic Kazakhs went to fight on the front line, they came back with expectations and the sort of power that comes with victorious veterans. And this was World War II was actually a turning point of Kazakh history, and also explains to a certain extent why to this day the fight against Nazi Germany is considered as a foundational block of Kazakh identity. I hope I haven't said something completely stupid. It's a book I read a while ago. Andrew dropped. Joseph, do you have something to add to this?
Oh, yeah. I mean, those are great points, Ben. And I would just add, like, maybe one last thing, which is, like, kind of in this surreal Russian worldview, right? Anyone who's against Russia is a Nazi, right? So, I mean, that means, like, we're Nazis, Ben, right, to the Russians, because, like, we're against Russia. So, like, it makes sense in their mind, but, like, to a Central Asian, at least, like a Tajik, I don't know, there's not as many migrant laborers who go to Russia, but who are from Kazakhstan, but, like, a Tajik migrant laborer, right, they're subjected to, like, neo-Nazi violence, like, on the regular in Russia, like racist, beatings and, discrimination. And, like, a lot of Russians have very, like, almost subhuman attitudes towards them. So just this idea that, like, I don't know, that there's, like, Nazis in Tajikistan when there are, actual neo-Nazis in Russia, like, beating Tajiks to death. It's just, that's how, like, backward and, like, newspeak this all is, It's like Russians can't be Nazis, so a guy wearing a swastika kicking a Central Asian to death because he wants to, like, the white race is supreme, like, that's not a Nazi to a Russian. The Tajik on the ground getting kicked by the bald guy with the swastika, he's the Nazi, right? I mean, that's the world we're in.
Well, you can accuse them of not being agile in their thinking.
Darn tootin'. And with that, we'll go to Dry Fly.
That was a great segue, because that's what I was going to ask you about. You and Mati ought to comment a little more about the recent developments in Tajikistan and Kazakhstan, because I know they're increasingly getting in the news, and I have this feeling it's very much tied to the activities in Ukraine. Specifically, I would be interested to know more about the reports that there's going to be drills or exercises with the U.S. involved with Tajikistan. That was reported, I think, maybe 3-4 days ago, maybe as far as a week ago. That fell on the media kind of like deaf ears. I mean, nothing came of it. But to me, there seemed like that's a significant story. And I would just like to know more. And you and Madi seem to have your finger on the pulse a little better than the rest of us. And and I know you guys maybe aren't 100% experts, but hey, my sister did Latin American studies before she went to law school. And she, even though she wasn't a specialist in every single country, she was kind of a specialist in Costa Rica, but she knew more about the other countries around it than any of the rest of us would ever know. So we always went to her for, like, what's with this? And so I would just very much like to know, because I think I think the pressures that it's putting on Russia is going to spill over into what's going on in Ukraine. And I would like to just be aware of it, listen.
Yeah, thanks, Dryfly. So as far as these specific drills, I don't know the specifics. I actually should check the news, but I will tell you this. I've seen some Russian sources about it. They're freaked out about it. They hate it. They don't like it at all. But as far as our history of military cooperation with Tajikistan, it was a pretty important supply area for our military. They their airport helped our military, their infrastructure helped us, supply our troops in Afghanistan, basically. We also built a bridge from Tajikistan to Afghanistan, and they really like that bridge. I don't know, it's a useful bridge beyond its military applications. So overall, I would say the reputation of the U.S. military in Tajikistan is reasonably good. They're not considered a bad. I've never heard of any real problems with U.S. soldiers in Tajikistan. Now, that said, there aren't many there. The ones that I did know were either at the embassy. There is a base, but it's very isolated. So it's not Americans are, just like on leave, like in Dushanbe, like hanging out at like tourists or something. There's just not that many of them there. And then the only other place I was with a lot of military who were there, like doing Project Go, which is like basically, from what I could tell, they were like college kids who were in ROTC programs, and they got to live in college and be military. But during the summer, their commanding officer said, like, hey, like either you go on one of these project things or like your booty's mine for the summer. So they all kind of went on this. And so that involved them like usually learning the language and like living with a family and then like digging wells and stuff. So like I was with them just as like a State Department program. But so that's like their interaction with the U.S. military. It's pretty positive overall, I would say. And I would have to imagine that the exercises with the U.S. have a lot to do with what's going on in Afghanistan right now. Tajikistan's very nervous. They have kind of a weird like love-hate relationship with the Tajiks in the Pamir Valley because the Tajiks in the Pamir Valley, not the Pamir Valley, the Panjshir Valley. The Panjshir Valley, which is in Afghanistan, the Northern Alliance like backed the people that went against the government in the civil war. It's like a kind of complicated story, but they are ethnic Tajiks, so they don't want them to be like killed by the Taliban, but they also don't know if they can fully support the Northern Alliance. So they're in a very confusing and difficult security situation that's compounded by their economic situation, which is Russia. It's dependent on migrant labor to Russia and then them sending back money. And that system is no longer sustainable or viable for them. So that's like 1/7. That's like 1/7 of their population, like almost like put out of work, basically. And then like there's just broader like security concerns that like Russia was a security guarantor in the region. They had a military base in Tajikistan on the Afghan border. And it's been a sort of a problem of mismanagement and corruption. It's been functional and non-functional basically over the last decade or so because of corruption issues. And because of that, like there's like a security vacuum in the region basically. So the US is going there to fill the security vacuum as best it can. I don't think they'll be very successful. I don't think there's a lot the US can do. But they're going to do what they can to help assist the Tajiks against the Taliban doing any kind of encroachment that they can, I would imagine. And overall, the Tajik government's been, I will say this, they've been pretty receptive of the Northern Alliance. As far as I know, they've like hosted like delegations and stuff from them. So like it's a kind of a complicated thing. We don't quite know how all the sides are going to turn out yet, but I think basically the U.S. doing some military drills in Tajikistan is not as crazy as it sounds, and I don't think it's really that big of a threat to Russia. But try telling that to the Russians, because if you go to Russian social media right now, they're freaked out. They're like, they're either freaked out or they see a big advantage in like playing it as propaganda. Sorry, go ahead, Dreyfly.
Yeah, I expected that. I mean, that was why I was going to ask you two guys. I thought of you guys immediately when I read that article. Went, oh my! And I have a little bit of understanding. I've never been there. I mean, you guys have, but I did a startup with a guy who was Pakistani, and he was from Karachi. And even though he was from Pakistan, ethnically he wasn't Pakistan. I mean, he was Kurdish. His family, like 300 years prior, had immigrated from Kurdistan to Pakistan to escape the persecution of
siren
the
alert
Ottomans.
update.
Okay,
Kharkiv.
but he
All
living
clear.
in Pakistan for
This message has been
living in
generated with
India
municipal
under
data.
the British Raj, and then Pakistan for years. He had a real good feel for what was going on, and he told me straight up. He said the Tajiks and the Pashtun. He says forget the whole talk about Taliban versus Northern Alliance. He says this is a straight up ethnic thing, and he says it's the Pashtun versus the Tajiks, and he says that one is not going to be settled quickly. And the other part about it, he said, is that he said, yeah, Russia's never going to be comfortable with anything that happens there that they don't have 100% control in. So yeah, with that background, this is years ago. I was fed this way before this war, back about the time 9/11 was happening.
Air siren alert update.
I just think that this
Kharkiv.
is going to be
All
a very
clear.
big story.
This message has
and
been
it's going to
generated with
impact
municipal data.
on Russia's ability to clamp down on Ukraine, and I don't think they're going to be able to, because they're going to have problems with their back door. And I just think you and Madi ought to keep that one alive or keep an eye on it, because I think it's going to be relevant to the story that we're all talking about here and the efforts that we're all trying to work on. And so I'll listen. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Dreyfus. I think you're right. I know Madi's been a little busy with school. It was great. I really do miss our segments. They were really enjoyable when we had Madi on, and I always do love having Madi on. I know, like, also my schedule's changed around a little bit. I think we used to do stuff around 11 a.m. my time. So maybe I should maybe DM Madi and see if we can work something out. That might help. But yeah, you're absolutely right. We'll do our best to try to get more coverage of that. I think for me, and I wish Madi was here to like check me a little bit, but I think for me, what's really significant to some degree is like the equation has now flipped. Like Russia used to benefit from security and stability in Central Asia. That was like their goal. And now their goal seems to be chaos, just not quite for its own sake, but almost for its own sake. And that's like, I don't know, it's like too equally alarming and stupid, but I don't know, like that is a little bit, to me, that seems to be the strategic direction shift that Russia has undertaken. Is they've gone from wanting some level of stability in the region for their own like interests in being able to control it, and then also just because they are genuinely afraid of like Islamic, extremism, at least to some degree. And a part of that is just, fomented by the state. But if you tell your own population for years and years and years, watch out, Islamic extremists are coming to kill you and your children, like that starts to have a real effect on the population. So for a long time, they've wanted, I think that there's been an effort to try to keep stability. And again, our idea of stability and the Russian idea of stability are way different. But I think that now they've kind of, like all things, they've decided that the short-term gains and long-term gains are completely, like short-term gains are way more important than long-term gains now. And that means that if a little chaos can get Kazakhstan back in line or Uzbekistan back in line, then if that's what it takes, then Russia's more than willing to accept that. And, we've seen this strategy in other regions, right? Russia loves playing spoiler to U.S. or other bilateral or multilateral efforts in order to gain concessions. And that seems to be the strategy here, just spoil the punch, poo in the punch bowl, and then everyone's got to negotiate with you to get a new punch bowl. Or I don't know what I'm going for with an analogy here, but I think you get the idea. Spoil everything. And then at some point, because everyone's sitting in a mess, they're going to have to like negotiate a solution. So that seems to be the idea. Thank
you for that, because you guys, I think this is going to play a story. This is going to be part of the story as the months go ahead with what's going on in Ukraine. We're working so hard to get Russia to back out of Ukraine and to try to keep the whole European / North Atlantic effort intact. And I just have a feeling that this is going to play a very, very big role in kind of, like I said, making Russia worry about their back door. And so if you guys could keep a finger on the pulse and keep us informed, I would appreciate it. And with that, I will slide down and let others speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Dreyfus. Yeah. If anyone does have any stuff, we'll try to keep it more on Ukraine. But I do completely agree with Dreyfus, of course, as someone who's interested in Central Asia. I think it is related. And as you said, it's kind of it's part of like drawing Russia's strategic attention away, right? That's like that's why this is significant strategically, right? Russia probably doesn't, because of their because they have to now project so much force into Ukraine in order to sustain what they're doing, they're not able to project their capabilities into other regions that they've had a lot of influence over. And we've seen this over and over, right? We've seen them withdraw military forces from Syria, and we've seen them withdraw forces from elsewhere. And slowly, over time, that's caused kind of a reaction from these places that the vacuum has occurred. And that is going to have some pretty significant implications for Russia strategically moving forward, and thus it will have implications for the Russian war in Ukraine. So there is like, there is a direct relationship there. But yeah, I don't know. We'll try to maybe make it a little more about Ukraine. Ben, go ahead.
Talking about stories that are unfolding, I'd like to thank Becky, who sent me a DM information about the fact that tomorrow there is it's the start of Russia's biggest international military expo, called Army 2022. Well, need to give it to them. Our geometry is their forte. So Army 2022, which is apparently a giant military show where a lot of exposed military hardware for people who can come and see it, etc., etc., and of course a lot of deals being made with businessmen from the world over who are trying to buy new tanks, new robots, new whatever. Probably not entirely by chance, Minister Shoigu has made a visit to a factory producing T-90 tanks, even though the comments about those T-90s from the French analyst Cédric Masse was that those T-90s are probably not able to be sent to combat because they are lacking the sort of equipment that allow the shooter to shoot and to target an enemy. But so anyway, Army 2022, the Russians are bracing themselves, and I think it's going to be interesting to follow for us because, what is going to happen? Is India going to order some more hardware? Are new countries going to order hardware, or are the Russians going to end up having to pack up everything because everyone has seen that most of their stuff is not very good, and whatever is potentially better, they cannot build it anymore. So yeah, there's going to be something to follow, and of course, if you go to the article by Samuel Bennett about it, the Twitter thread that he wrote about it, the best comment at the end is by a friend of the show, frequent contributor, Raver, who says, okay, cool, we've seen the robots, we've seen the tanks, but what about the air defense? So that was I think that's going to be something which our friends who are more military inclined are going to follow carefully.
My question, Ben, would be: does the Russian military hardware come with the little inflator already? Does it come with it, or do you have to buy it separately to inflate your Russian military hardware?
Well, I think that it doesn't come with it, but there's a random thing which every X hardware you buy, it's an inflatable. It's not a real one. So they show you that if they can trick you, you can trick anyone.
And I believe we said intercontinental ballistic missile 3 times in a mirror, and John appeared. So, John, did you have anything you wanted to add about the Weapons Expo, the big weapons show coming up?
Oh yeah, the Armia, Army, but Armia in Russian expos. Yeah, they hold those every year. It's essentially supposed to be an exposition of Russia's latest, heavy military equipment. Everything from vehicles, down to, small arms and other personal.
Air siren
equipment.
alert update. Donetsk.
It kind of
Full alert.
It's
This message has been generated with municipal data.
purposes. On the one hand, it's kind of, PR for domestic consumption. But on the other hand, probably arguably more significantly for the Russian economy anyways, it also serves as an expo for foreign military sales. So yeah, you'll see a lot of the images, like for example, if you go on Wikipedia, look at images of a lot of the at least for the newer Russian equipment that isn't really in service at an appreciable scale.
Air siren
For
alert
example, a lot of
update.
the images of those are taken
Donetsk.
from
Full
the,
alert.
from this
This
expo,
message has been generated with
expos in
municipal
years
data.
past. This year it doesn't really seem significant. I suspect they'll just have the same old. They'll parade some T-14s around some T-15s. Maybe a Terminator or two. Some of their other stuff stuff. Maybe they'll fly some Su-57s overhead. You know, they're gonna show off some of their newer kit that they have. You know, a grand total of 10 units of each. And yeah, that's going to be about the end of it. It might be interesting to see, you know, what we don't see. I suspect there's a decent chance that we might not see that many of the more modernized T-72s and T-80s. And if there's any T-9, I don't think we'll see any of the, we might see some of the
Air siren alert update. Donetsk, full alert. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Modernizing various pieces of older kit, but those pieces of modernized equipment, again, the T-72 like B3Ms, the T-80 BVMs, those were the equipment that they suffered the most horrific losses of thus far in the war, mainly during the first few months. So yeah, and I'm going to be honest, I don't think this is going to have an appreciable impact on their foreign weapons sales, because quite frankly, I don't know what weapons Russia still has the capacity to produce. You know, India can try and buy all the S-400s it likes, you know, assuming they haven't decided to ditch the system after this, but I don't think Russia can produce new ones, so it's a moot point.
I don't know, John. You get it catered really nicely, and you get some really nice displays. You might make a sale or two, but no, I think you're right. I think the Russian arms industry is dead. Who is what's the guest list? Do we know? I mean, is it going to be such prestigious guests as the Taliban and North Korea and Iran, or is anyone else going to go, do you think?
That is a good question. I mean, they might get the Belarusians. I mean,
that'd be a big get, huh?
I know, right? They're about the only people the Russians could sell weapons to. I'm diving into some Russian military websites right now. I can already feel an aneurysm developing in the back of my skull. Let's see here. Who have they invited? According to Industrial Enterprises, have 129 foreign countries have already been invited to participate in the forum. To date, oh, we're gonna love this list. Belarus, India, Kazakhstan, Pakistan, and Uzbekistan have already expressed their intention to form national expositions. Also, invitations for the foreign aerobatic groups have been sent to China, the UAE, and South Korea.
Now, when you say expositions, they want to sell military hardware at the show?
So essentially, I believe what they do is they also have expositions like of military equipment from other countries that are invited. And I guess it's kind of supposed. I think the whole idea is it's supposed to be a forum not just for Russia to market its military hardware, although that's kind of the main purpose, but also for some of the countries that are invited to have like expositions there to also be able to market their military hardware. So they've managed to get Belarus, India, Kazakhstan, Pakistan, and Uzbekistan.
Gotcha. Wow, that's worse than I thought. If you're allowed to sell your own weapons at the show and that's all they can get, that's pretty bad.
To be fair, I don't think any of those countries are particularly known for their arms industry. I'm going to be honest, if they can't even get the Chinese, that will be extremely funny.
John, I'm sure the Uzbeks make fantastic modern military hardware. No, they don't.
The only double landlocked nation on Earth.
John is correct with that geographic fact. Spring, go ahead.
Well, I read in an article that I think it was Malaysia that was thinking in buying Russian military weapons, that decided to not go ahead, being afraid that it couldn't be delivered at all. And at the same time, I'm wondering what is the capability of Russia in building new material when they have lack of ships and stuff like that.
Yeah, they haven't demonstrated any ability to produce any meaningful military equipment beyond dumb artillery shells, to my knowledge. They did sort of fake make like 30 Terminators, and these Terminators are supposed to be very modern, like anti-infantry tracked vehicles. Basically, that was the idea behind them. But from what we can tell, they basically already had the turret part done, and then they were just slapping it onto a T-72 track frame, or chassis, I guess it'd be called. So that really wasn't like, they weren't building stuff from scratch. They were kind of slapping together stuff they already had. And that's like the last we've seen of like a real Russian, like new stuff rolling off assembly lines, as far as I know. They might have been able to get a few. I think that part of that is probably that a lot of the tank industry in Russia, quote unquote, is dedicated to like refurbishing old tanks, not to necessarily make new ones. Like they've got to refurbish that stuff. But maybe John has some better information. John, go ahead.
So yeah, a listener was kind enough to send me an article from TASS. If sending somebody an article from TASS could be called a kindness. Let me just briefly read out this part. So according to, I'm going to read this out as a direct quote because it's funnier that way. Quote, military delegations of 72 states have confirmed their participation in events of the Army 2020 International Military Technical Forum. As of today, 72 states have confirmed the participation of their official military delegations in the forum's events. About 1,500 enterprises and organizations, including foreign companies, are planning to demonstrate their output. Aside from a broader range of thematic expositions, an intense scientific and business program that includes 289 events. Foreign partners will be offered a dynamic show of the capabilities of armaments, military, and special hardware, blah, 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 I believe from a Russian deputy minister of defense, General Pavel Popov. There's also this little propaganda tidbit in here of, quote, the first international anti-fascist congress will be held as part of the Army Forum, with the aim of countering the falsification of history and the glorification of fascism. Lovely. Lovely.
Maybe they can ask the Kazakhs about all the Nazis while they're there selling weapons, right?
Maybe. I was reading some things. I think I want to say in previous years they've gotten around 120 countries to come. So it looks like they've taken a net loss about 50 countries this year around.
Honestly, I kind of want the U.S. to go just because I'm curious, like what it's like, right? We should just go just to scope it out.
I'm pretty sure that must violate some federal statute.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. We shouldn't really go. Andrew, I saw you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Hi guys. I heard someone say that the Russian military manufacturing industry is dead. I wanted to ask, has it ever really been alive since the collapse of the Soviet Union? And what I mean by that is, when their military-industrial complex was on life support for like those 20 years after the collapse, I feel like since then they haven't really been able to produce like in large quantities any of the modern platforms that they tout. I think there's like 9 operational Su-57s, only 5 of which are even flight worthy. There's like 12 T-14s, and then the rest is just like the rest of their modern stuff is mostly just like vaporware.
Andrew, I think we're losing you. I'm going to bump you down, but I think you got
mass-produced any modern.
Yeah. So we got your question, Andrew. You were cutting out a bit, but so it's no worries. So has Russia produced any modern equipment in numbers? We'll say. So I think you point out a couple of great examples, right? It seems like basically since the fall of the Soviet Union, basically, of course, there was maybe a decade where they really weren't that busy researching new equipment. But, once Putin kind of had solidified his regime, this became, and especially after the failures of Georgia, in my understanding, there were very significant military failures by Russia in Georgia. Putin sort of had a very significant, modernization program of the Russian military. And from what we can tell, as you correctly pointed out, all of it seems like it kind of turned out to be vaporware. They did produce, a few prototypes of various models of modern equipment, like the T-14, but nothing was produced in numbers. So I guess maybe I'll turn it over to John. John, I mean, Can we think of an example of anything that Russia successfully, quote unquote, modernized that they were able to produce in numbers? Something that's not like the T-90 or the T-14 or any of these new missiles that they have. They're confined to old Soviet stuff for the most part, right? Caliber missiles, T-72s. They've been able to modernize some of it, but I mean, it's the baseline is that it's Soviet stuff, right?
So for the most part, yes, they have been able to manufacture some stuff. So they were able to manufacture a couple hundred T-90s. Now I need to be careful. I need to qualify that statement. By T-90, I mean all of the T-90 variants and derivatives. The T-90 is more or less a rebranded T-72. It came out of a Soviet project to develop essentially a unified main battle tank because the Soviet Union was operating the T-64, the T-72, and the T-80, 3 different main battle tanks, whereas NATO, with each member state was just essentially operating one. So essentially kind of what they decided to do is they took the chassis, the engine, the transmission, most of the internals from a T-72, and that would be the basis of a new tank to replace all the others. That would become the T-90, and they basically just stuck the T-80's fire control system in it, which was more advanced than the T-72's. And that was supposed to be the T-90. It was supposed to replace all the others in service, and they were supposed to standardize around that. But that never really ended up happening, so obviously the Soviet Union collapsed in the middle of that. So they were able to manufacture like 300 or 350 of those, somewhere in that ballpark. But most of those were the T-90 or the T-90A, which again are basically rebranded T-72s. The more substantially different is the T-90M, but I want to say the production run on that is like less than 100. It's like 50 or something like that. It's pretty small and inconsequential. I want to say they actually produced like 100 T-14s, but they were like pre-production prototypes, and I think they all had massive issues. They produced like a surprisingly large number for a prototype for like field testing, but they had like, catastrophic issues, and so I don't think those are, combat, or those are not useful in the field as far as I'm aware.
Had a bad day at the parade, and we never saw him again, John.
Oh yeah, because they had the parking brake on. It was the funniest thing. Anyways, they were able to manufacture a decent number of Tornado Gez, which were essentially supposed to be an upgrade of the BM-21 Grad. They were able to manufacture a number of those. They were able to manufacture a number of Tiger, Russian for Tiger. IMVs, infantry mobility vehicles. They were able to manufacture a number of, I believe, Tornado and Typhoon MRAPs and armored trucks. What else? The AK-12, that never really, beyond equipping, the VDV, Spetsnaz, their SSO, and FSB, GRU Spetsnaz, that never really went into wide services. Mainly remains the AK-74 or the AK-74M. What else?
What about missiles, John?
Really that much. The Caliber is new. The Caliber that was developed after the fall of the Soviet Union. So the Caliber is actually new, and they were able to produce a number of them, as we've seen. However, they've since expended what seems to be a large portion of their arsenal.
Right, and now they're using those those KH-32s?
Yeah, the KH-22/32s. They've also modernized the KH-55 to get the KH-101, and we've seen some of those used as well. A mixture of the modernized KH-101s and the original KH-55s. I'm really scratching my head for what they produced in numbers. They have some UAVs. They have quite a number of Orlan 10s. They also have a number of what are known as foreposts, which are essentially the original forepost. I believe it's a licensed copy of the IAI, Israeli Aerospace Industries, Searcher, which is an ISR UAV essentially, developed in the early 90s. I believe the Russians were able to get they were able to get an export for the underlying technology sometime shortly after the Russo-Georgian War in 2008, and they set up licensed production in Russia, and then they developed the four-post R, which is a derivative of it, which converts it to a UCAV, unmanned combat aerial vehicle, carrying ATGMs, anti-tank guided missiles. What else? I'm really struggling here. There's not that many things that they produce in appreciable quantities.
Yeah, I think the Caliber is probably the biggest story. Oh, sorry, Ben, go ahead.
Yeah, no. Didn't they produce new submarines, or are they just better at using the old ones?
They've produced a couple of new ones. A number of them have had varying issues. Keep in mind, they've also lost they lost the Kursk, that one accident. So, they kind of really stalled out in the naval aspect. They built a number of new corvettes and patrol boats. The Admiral Grigorovich, I believe, for example. But in terms of their larger vessels, they don't really have the capacity to manufacture them, because guess where the Soviet Union's primary shipyard was? Take a wild guess, anybody? Nikolaev.
I was about to say Alaska.
And John, where did all the tanks get designed in the Soviet Union?
Oh, so it varies. So the T-64 was designed and produced in Kharkiv at the Kharkiv Tractor Factory. It's now under a different name. I don't remember what it is. I think it's the Malyashiv. I'm probably mispronouncing that horrifically. Something to that effect. Which that factory remains in Kharkiv, and that's the reason why the Ukrainians chose to standardize on the T-64, even though it's an older platform than, say, the T-72 or the T-80, because they had the domestic, technology and production capacity for it, and it was also just cheaper. The T-72 was designed, I believe the T-72 and the T-90 originated in Eurovagonzavod, which is a factory out in God knows where, Siberia. And the T-80, I think it was designed at some institute in Leningrad. Well, now St. Petersburg, but then Leningrad. I'm not sure where it's produced. It was also a factory in Leningrad or not. I'd have to go and double check that. But they had different production sites for the different types of tanks.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think maybe I'm torturing the point a bit, but I think my general point is just that one of the main reasons the Soviet Union had such maybe a fearsome reputation for weapons that is maybe been falsely carried over to Russia is just because they had countries like Ukraine that had these major tank design firms. They also had countries like East Germany that could produce optics for tanks. So it seems crazy to us that, Russia can't produce it. I don't think they have the capacity to produce a T-64 anymore. But I think it's true. They can't make East German optics from the 60s. They don't have the equipment sophisticated enough. Is that right, John?
I don't know for certain on that point.
But yeah, so just generally speaking, right, that's the reason that the Soviet Union had, I think, better military equipment and that maybe we overestimate Russia's ability to design and produce equipment is because a lot of it was designed not in Russia, but in other parts of the Soviet Union by, people with, more design talent, for lack of a better term. But anyway, but thanks for that very extremely comprehensive answer to your question, John. The guy who asked it is long gone, but hopefully that answers his question. But yeah, I think it was a good overview of what Russia's been up to since the collapse of the Soviet Union, what they prioritized designing and trying to modernize. And the only thing I think that we could really say was a quote unquote success, not from our perspective, but from theirs, would be, I think, the Caliber, right? That's something that they designed from the ground up after the Soviet Union. And it's, as gruesome as it is, it's been largely successful insofar as it can hit, a population center within 50 meters of where they want to point it. So yeah, I think that's maybe the only real quote unquote success story. And I think, as John will tell you, as far as missiles go, the Caliber is not very impressive, is it, John?
It's not. So, its claimed CEP, circular error, probably is only 50 meters. That's the official claim by the Russian government, which is quite bad compared to, say, Tomahawk or TLAM, Tomahawk Land Attack Missile, which my memory serves as a CEP with the more recent variants over the past 10 or so years. I believe it has a CEP of like 5 meters or less. It's extremely accurate. So 15-meter CEP for a cruise missile in 2022 is quite poor. That being said, obviously the observed CEP has seemed to be a lot larger than 50 meters. There's an argument to be made. Well, there's two different arguments to be made there. On the one hand, they could be having some quality control issues. That's a definite possibility. But I believe, as one fellow and researcher at RUSI, I believe, had pointed out, who had worked with a large number of Russian and Soviet weapon systems, that most likely what we're seeing in regards to the Calibers as well as the other air-launched cruise missiles is they're missing, not necessarily because of extremely poor quality control, although that probably does contribute to some extent. They're likely missing because of how slow the Russians' kill chain is in terms of identifying the location of potential targets, meaning the cruise missiles are being supplied with the wrong targets. Take, for example, the Russians, using these out-of-date maps. For example, that one strike in Vinnytsia that killed a very large number of civilians, it was against a building that is known as the officer's house. Well, the reason why it is known as the officer's house was because 40 years ago, when Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union, it was quite literally an officer's house. It was the residence of a number of military officers that lived in the city. However, after the dissolution of the USSR and, the birth of independent Ukraine, it had since been converted from that. It had no military, role whatsoever. It had been converted, I think, to some civilian function, purely civilian structure at that point. And it's very likely the Russians struck it because they were using maps from 1980 that still showed it as an officer's residence. The other issue is because of all the electronic warfare that's going on, as well as the fact they're using, a lot of analog launch platforms. There's likely a lot of EW fratricide going on there, to use an exact quote. And as a result, they're probably not only supplying the wrong coordinates for these GPS-guided cruise missiles in a lot of cases, they're probably also getting the wrong coordinates for the launch platform as well, because they have to use a lot of radio navigation techniques. And obviously, an intense EW environment is going to make that more problematic for them. So in addition to potential quality control issues, there's also just, practical integration issues of integrating, the weapon system with a launch platform, and then integrating both those together, with your kill chain and all this various other organizational things.
Yeah, thanks, John. It's always important to talk about, right? It's not just about the specs on equipment. It's about how that equipment's used, the system of organization that processes the information and then uses the information and acts on it. So, excellent points as always. And I don't know if anyone does have any questions. Please do feel free to press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, and we will do our best to answer. But so, John, I guess, I haven't been able to touch base with you in a little while. There's been a couple of strikes that I'm aware of. There was one on the Novokakhovka Dam. I don't know if we've gotten a ton of info about it, but I mean, it sounds like the bridge is inoperable at this point. I mean, do we have like solid confirmation of that, or is it just kind of satellite photos, or what?
So I believe there had been another round of strikes against the Antonovsky Bridge. The video and images that we'd seen were released, I think, from last night local time, that showed attempted interceptions by local Russian air defenses of the oncoming, presumably, Gimlers, and appearing to fail. Those were strikes against the Antonovsky Bridge, as best we can tell. I assume the Russians were trying to repair it once more, and the Ukrainians didn't like that, so they struck the bridge again. Excuse me. Sorry, the cough there. I'm becoming finance. Regarding the bridges at Novokakhovka, there was a strike against as of 3 or 4 days ago, I think 4 days ago, the rail bridge had been struck and appeared to be out of commission. The road bridge also had been struck, but appeared passable to light civilian vehicles. There have been subsequent strikes in the vicinity of the dam. I haven't seen any additional images or video released then of either of those since the more recent strikes over the past 48 to 72 hours. I presume they're against both of those bridges because multiple sources have reported those as both inoperable, as all 4 bridges across the Dnipro being inoperable in Kherson. So I presume they're still out of operation for now.
And John, we're hearing stories about the command staff, like basically abandoning their soldiers at Kherson. Is there like any meat on those bones, or is it just kind of a rumor at this point?
So it was originally reported by the Mykolaiv State Military Administration by Vitaly Kim, who was the governor of Mykolaiv Oblast. I'd seen some other reporting that Russian occupation officials for Kherson Oblast had set up shop in Melitopol, which is obviously in occupied Zaporizhia Oblast. What I'm not sure about, though, the subsequent reports regarding Melitopol, if they were just referring to, the officials of the occupation administration that the Russians had attempted to set up in Kherson, or if they were also referring to, the military headquarters of the actual, relevant units for Kherson, such as the 49th Combined Arms Army or the 22nd Army Corps, 20th Motor Rifle Division, and the other, higher echelon HQs that were, in the area.
Gotcha. Thanks, John. And please retweet the space if you can, folks. And again, if you do have any questions for John, myself, or Ben, please do feel free to come up, press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Back to you, Ben.
Thanks a lot. John, we're talking a lot about Kherson and Zaporizhia over the past few days. And we're not paying a lot of attention to the rest of the front. I think I understood that in Kharkiv, the Russians are regularly attacking and regularly being repelled without much success. On the majority of on some points of the Donbass front line, they're pushing forward and probably taking 20 meters a week while losing 3 BTGs in the process. So that's the general picture I have, but there's one
Air
place
siren alert
you
update.
don't see what's going on.
Donetsk, all clear.
So I've got
This
two
message
questions
has
for
been
you. Is the
generated with
general picture I
municipal
get
data.
for the Donbass and Kharkiv roughly correct? And secondly, what's going on in Izium?
Can you repeat? Okay, can you repeat the first part? As to the second part, I have no idea what's going on in Izium, unfortunately.
Okay, this first part was what's going on in Kharkiv. Are the Russians attacking and being repelled? And in the Donbass, are they snailing forward?
So in Kharkiv, north and northeast of Kharkiv city, as far as I'm aware, the front line has remained essentially static. I don't think there have been any Russian assaults beyond, some, very small scale probing attacks and, just shelling, by either side against the other. That is kind of the status quo there.
Air siren alert update. Donetsk, all clear. This message has been generated with municipal data.
Donbass, east of Seversk and Bakhmut. My understanding is the front line there remains mostly static compared to the past few days. The Russians had made some incremental gains towards Bakhmut. They had captured Pokrovsk, which is the town immediately to the, directly east of Bakhmut. And between there, it's just, open fields. I assume the Ukrainians are probably dug in, but between Pokrovsk and Bakhmut, there's no other settlements. That being said, just directly attempting to assault the city of Bakhmut from Pokrovsk, probably not advisable for the Russians, and it looks like they're attempting to continue their attacks to the north and the south of Pokrovsk, trying to move to the north and the south of the city respectively, Their attacks against Bakhmutsky and Soledar, they continue. I'm not sure that I don't believe they made any appreciable progress in the past couple days. But that's kind of the current state of things as I understand them. And I haven't really seen much movement up further north around Seversk.
Brilliant, thank you. I mean, your analysis was decent, but the one of Mr. Freckles behind you was great. Okay, John, I've got a personal question for you. What got you interested in rockets, and what got you interested in Ukraine? Like, what are you doing here?
Okay, so the first question, I've always kind of been like a space nerd to varying extents. What really kind of got me back into really into rocketry was mainly the stuff involving like SpaceX, Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, Starship, the development program for that. Like when they started like doing all the test flights down in Boca Chica, just outside Brownsville in Texas, here in Texas. I watched all that stuff live. It was just really fantastic and amazing, and reminded me that I'm like really into space stuff. And I discovered that I was just like uber into rocketry. I was already physics was already kind of my thing. I already knew that I was going to major in. So, it wasn't much of a stretch to get, from just general physics to rocketry. And in terms of...
And then to Ukraine.
So, I mean, I was already kind of cognizant of events in Ukraine because my closest friend throughout middle school and high school, she's Ukrainian. She's from Donetsk. She's adopted, but, she's originally from Donetsk. And, that's one of the things that I remember viscerally her talking about, when she would talk, because she had been back to Ukraine, I think, a few times. And that was, one thing that she, frequently talked about was, the place where she was born being under Russian occupation. So I was very much, cognizant of kind of, the war, that one was happening. And that, the Russians have it out for the Ukrainians in a big way. So I was already, kind of cognizant of that, before February 24th. And so I originally got on Twitter mainly to follow like space related news and space and rocketry related developments and stuff like that. And around January, I started getting a bunch of OSINT stuff on my Twitter feed, and from there it kind of just spiraled out of control.
And you're still in a tailspin.
Say again? Oh yes, absolutely.
Okay, Joe, you're the one laughing. Although I think in your case, I know what happened. You were into Iran, and then you had a breakup with a girl that didn't end up well, so you went walking in the mountains and ended up being interested in Tajikistan, right? That's how it happened.
Yeah, like I was studying Iran. So right after I was going to college and I was going to sign up for Arabic because it's like I was just like, oh, there's all this terrorism stuff. Like I wanted to help the U.S. government. That was like my big dream. So I was like, okay, I'll take Arabic, and they were like, Arabic.
Just to you're we know that you're fairly old, right? So we're talking 82, 83, right?
No. Well, yeah. So I was born in '88. So what?
Wait, I think you were
early high school, early 2000s. No. I sometimes joke because I don't understand technology that I'm a boomer, but I'm not really an actual baby boomer. Ben, you're such a boomer if you think boomer means boomer. I mean, geez. Anyway, so yeah, I was in college. Like late 2000s. And Arabic was full, so they were like, you could take this other language, Farsi, and I was like, okay. So yeah, I did that. Farsi program's pretty developed in Arizona. We've had it for a fair bit of time, but it's pretty new at my university. So I was like the first graduate of it. And then basically I wanted to go to Iran. Like I had completed all the coursework in Farsi, and they were like, "No way, Jose! Like you can't just go to one does not simply walk into Iran, right, Ben?" There are certain schools in the U.S. that do have like actual studying arrangements in Iran, but it kind of requires political connections. Basically, like there's some schools in California that have this capacity and so forth. But little old me, it'd be pretty difficult to get me over to Iran, and especially to get funding. They don't like to fund places where you could get kidnapped or blown up or stuff like that. So anyway, so I was trying to find like a way to get to Iran, and then someone went, "Psst, come over here, come here." And I said, "What?" And they said, "You want to go to Tajikistan?" And I was like, "Where's that?" And they were like, they speak Iranian, but they're not Iranian." And I was like, "What?" And I'd like vaguely heard of this place, like it's been spoken of in poetry. And actually, it's kind of funny, like the guy who wrote the national anthem of Tajikistan, like during the Soviet time, like their little, like the Ukrainian one, he was a Iranian and he was a communist, and he got like exiled from Iran for being a communist. And when he got there, there was like a Tajik delegation with like a sign waiting for him. And he was like, "I don't know who any of these people are." So they like took him to Tajikistan, and he was like, "What? There's like a version of my country that's communist." Like, I don't know. Even he didn't know about it, right? You'd expect him of all people to be aware of it. So yeah, it's just like not a very well-known thing, even to Persian speakers. It's sort of vaguely talked about. Like if you look up like an Encyclopedia Britannica article on Persian language, it'll say Persian is a language spoken in Afghanistan, Iran, and Tajikistan. But yeah, it's just not something that's like on people's minds. So I was just like, what is this place? So at first I was studying Farsi in Tajikistan, which was kind of weird, but it's doable. They use Cyrillic alphabet. They don't use Arabic alphabet or Abjad script, I should say, modified Abjad, which is what Persians use. They use modified Cyrillic. But overall, like the languages are basically mutually intelligible. There's a weird vowel shift. So like to say, "How are you doing?" in Persian, you'd say Hale Shoma Chetore, which is like your health. How is it? But in Tajik, it would be Holi Shumo Chitori, right? So like all the vowels shift. So there's like a weird part of my brain that can do that. So I had to like shift the vowels in my head to learn Persian from Tajik, but overall pretty simple. So I was there studying, and just over time kind of fell in love with the country. I was there for like one summer. I decided to go back for another summer, and yeah, it's a great country, really welcoming people. They were really kind to me. Like I lived with host families both times. They're very, very welcoming, very warm. All the people there, very like, kind and generous and nice. So yeah, I had a really great time, and learned a lot about like what Russians do. Destroy ecology, colonize, just generally oppress their neighbors. And yeah, so that's kind of like, that was like my first introduction to like Russian. I don't know, not my first introduction, but my first direct encounter with the effects of Russian colonialism, I guess. And then from there, I started studying like Soviet Union, history of the Soviet Union, because I wanted to understand Tajikistan better. So I started taking courses in like Soviet studies and things like that. And so eventually that was kind of became my focus, was like Islam in Tajikistan during the Soviet time and after the Soviet time. It was like my actual like specialization. And I got my MA, and I got all the way up to my dissertation. I was working on my dissertation, and then I just bailed out. I ran out of money, Ben. So yep, there I am. I'm a PhD ABD dropout.
Okay, and when did you move in Langley?
When did I've never been to Langley. I did though. When did I visit Langley? Yeah, I visited in high school. So in the United States, we have something called the National Youth Leadership Forum. I would be shocked if John didn't go. And they select people from all the different states. Okay, but you know about it, eh, John? Did they try to get you?
I don't. I went to a tiny high school, and so I don't believe so.
Yeah, but it's like career day. So they pick like I think 2 people from each state each year, and they say, okay, you guys can come and like tour all the government buildings. So you can go to the CIA, you can go to the State Department, you can go to FBI, and then also like as part of it, there's like a war game, or a war game for lack of a better term. We all played different parts of the one guy was the president, one guy was the secretary of defense, and so forth, and there was like a scenario in Nigeria where we had to, act everything out. So yeah, it was kind of an interesting experience. A lot of I don't know, I was very interested. I really wanted to be part of government at the time, and so overall, the more I got interested in academia, I thought I should stay there. But yeah, so when I was younger, that was in high school. I was maybe 17? Yeah, I must have been 17 then.
Wow, impressive. I think you would have been terrible in government. You're way too nice, way too smart. John,
yeah. I was just going to say real quick, Ben, I saw the diplomatic mission to Tajikistan, the U.S. diplomats there. They looked so bored and isolated, and they didn't know what they were doing there. That really killed my motivation, was seeing those guys at the end of the earth, just wondering what they were doing there. That really got to me. But I shouldn't have. This really jarred me awake. I should have done something. I should have tried to help, I think, but. Oh, well, here we are. I'll do what I can now, right? Sorry, go ahead, Ben.
Don't worry. You can always walk into Langley and they'll take you. John, you had your hand open.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Joseph, so do you read both Farsi and Abjad as well as in Cyrillic then?
Yep. Yes, I do, John.
George, do you have a cringy question about Joseph's biography, or?
No, I wanted to know, did you guys talk about the fact that the Wagner headquarters in Popasna got obliterated today?
Popasna, yes, we did. We're in great spirits. Big attack. These Wagner guys, they posted on social media where their HQ was. It actually had the address in there in the photo, and they used that for a HIMARS strike and killed a bunch of Wagner, killed an HQ. Big news. So yeah, we're very excited about it, George.
Yeah, I love the fact that I saw a couple of pictures. I think I sent you guys the links. It's absolute rubble.
It really is a pretty impressive explosion, as far as they go. If we compare it to the very first video of a HIMARS strike we saw on an HQ, definitely you could see evidence of a strike and things were on fire and there were holes in vehicles and things, but it didn't have that same, like you said, the building is just leveled almost, or it's quite it's quite a spectacle, that particular strike, for whatever reason. So interesting. But yeah, thank you, George. But
I was going to say, it was probably they probably emptied one of the launchers. Probably they got hit with about six Gimler's rockets, because anything less than 6 for them would be a pity.
Gurney, do you have something you want to add, or something else? Go ahead.
Yeah, are we going back to the cringy Joseph questions? Am I allowed?
Yeah, sure.
I jest here. Joseph, who did you upset to get sent to the backwoods of Tajikistan? Did anyone ask you that yet?
I will say Iran was very competitive for funding. There's a lot of people from really good schools in California doing that. But I could get a lot of funding for Tajikistan. And I would encourage, if there are younger people listening, I doubt we have any younger people in our audience, but if you want to study a language, consider a critical language. It doesn't have to be a post-Soviet language, but most post-Soviet languages are considered critical languages. But yeah, if you really want to... and I would say rarer post-Soviet or rarer critical languages are going to be much more valuable to different organizations, be they government, even hospitals and things need translators. So if a lot of people do have to, or they wind up taking a language in university, I would recommend taking a critical language, either a common one or a less common one, depending on kind of the track you want to go. So that would be my general advice. Any follow-up, Bernie?
Yeah, that was a really smooth cover, Joseph. I was sort of trying to imply that you upset somebody down in Virginia and you got a posting to Tajikistan.
I really wish I was a spy. I mean, you guys probably understand at this point. I'm not that organized or like together to be a spy. I don't even get up very early. Like, but maybe that's part of my cover, right, Gurney? I guess that's all part of the cover. I bought a phone I don't even know how to use. I don't know how to use Twitter. Like,
we never said you would make a good spy. We only said you are probably a spy. I was wondering, what's a critical language?
They're just languages designated by the U.S. government as important to have, like people in who know how to speak it, basically.
Yeah, Ben, ask him how he knows that.
I'm a Title VIII State Department funding recipient, and we're totally not spies. Totally not. 100% not spies.
Yeah, you're just doing some commerce travel, right?
Yeah, I mean, Title VIII has always insisted and will continue to insist that no spies are sent to the Title VIII program, and that's the official statement of Title VIII. And no spies here, nothing to see.
Just cultural attaches.
That's right. But yeah, really, I'm really not a spy. I know that no one will believe me, or that me saying I'm not isn't like gonna work. But yeah, I've just been an academic. I feel like I would be able to talk to Gurney a lot less dumb if I was a spy. But I would know things that Gurney knows. But anyway,
Gurney is not a spy. He's in counterintelligence. He does nothing to do. He never leaves his hothouse, and he just says, "This guy, this guy, this guy, take them," and we never see them again.
I need to laugh here to convey to the audience how we're jesting, so, if that's not clear.
Well, I don't know. Gurney accused me of being a spy a lot. I don't know. I don't know if he's jesting. I think he is jesting, but at the same time, I think it's a jest designed to probe a little bit, Gurney. I don't know.
You have a good cover, though. That's good.
Well, look, at the Maria Report, we recruit the best here. So, Joseph, we're very happy to have your cultural attaché services.
Yeah, we have dropouts from old kinds of PhD programs.
That's right. Stay in school, John, and finish quick. All right. Funding doesn't last forever. Okay. All right. Well, on that note, I'm on 5% battery. I better go back to my phone charger. Yeah. So if anyone does have any news about Ukraine, we could maybe make this not about me, because it's definitely not about me. It's about Ukraine. We want to promote, the Ukrainian voices on the space. Always, we want to talk about the Russian genocide against Ukrainians, the illegal Russian invasion of Ukraine. That's what we're all here to do. And quite frankly, I don't feel like I'm the most, competent person to do it. But quite frankly, it looks like there was a need. I do my best. I try to come up here. I try to, stay informed. I try to follow the news and participate in the discussion, and anything we can do to raise awareness of it. And my limited kind of secondhand knowledge of Russia, if it can be of any assistance, and if the fact that I have a 4G phone connection that can and enough free time because of my work to continue the project and continue the mission of Maria Report. If I'll stop talking about myself now, because it's starting to be really embarrassing. But I'll just say, if you guys value me here, I'll stay here and work and promote what we're doing as long as it takes. So back to you, Ben.
Yeah, no, you enlightened us a lot, and the Good Samaritan explains a lot of things, because who says Good Samaritan says Samaritan, who says Samaritan says Judea, who says Judea says Israel, who said Israel says Mossad. So you are not from Langley, or bad. Gurney, go ahead.
Did my funding line request come through, or did my mic cut out?
No, we didn't hear you speak about money.
Oh, well, it wasn't money. It was just I was plugging away here, and after plugging away for Joseph here, I said, I've been trying to plug away every night for our friend John. So every night for the next week, I'm going to at least try to get in edgewise nuclear thermal rockets so that we can get our rocketry friends some funding line opportunities, Joseph, some internship opportunities. So I'll keep saying it till I'm blue in the face. We need Tajikistan funding line opportunities for our friend here and nuclear thermal rockets. No, I jest. Audience, I'm jesting here. Please don't send me nasty messages.
Well, I will say, Gertie, like, if we want to get real here for a second, like, in terms of, I was in religious studies, which is sort of a bastard child of all the social sciences, but ultimately most of my instructors were anthropologists, cultural anthropologists, and, like, to be honest, like, looking back on it, the vast majority of our funding came from military. So there was a program that for Indonesia, basically, like, to very briefly summarize it, it was the DoD would go to our professors and say, are they like radical in Indonesia? And they would be like, no, they're not radicalized. And they go, okay, good. And then the other project I was part of was mapping villages in North Africa that like aren't on maps, that can't be found through satellite. And that was also a DoD project. So like 2 programs I was part of, like their bread and butter for funding came from military projects. So it's definitely like a thing. There's definitely a lot of, projects shared between academia and the military. But yeah, I've never actually like directly been a part of it. Yeah.
Well, if we just click our heels 3 times here and say Tajikistan, 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 and do it again and say nuclear thermal rockets, nuclear thermal rockets, nuclear thermal rockets. And if I could do that in my best Major Giroux repetition voice, I'll keep working on that a little bit. But maybe we can get some fun help for these guys now. Again, jesting. But George, I see a hand there.
Yes. Has anybody heard any progress on the visa bans for Russians? What's our tally on countries that have decided to do it?
Go ahead, Ben. You probably know more than I, and then John. We'll go Ben, John.
That sounds okay. Never mind. The big news of the day is that a lot of information leaked from Poland, implying that Poland was going to declare the ban probably in the middle of the week. Some people were more cautious, but everyone sort of agreed that Poland would be the first large European country to declare a ban on Russian visas. Other than that, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Latvia and Estonia.
Yep, that's all I know about specifically, or like that I can confirm. Latvia and Estonia. John, and any more information than Ben?
Other than the broad overview about that, in addition to those, I want to say I thought that there might be 1 or 2 other Eastern European countries moving to support it, but yeah, there definitely seems to be an ongoing trend among particularly countries of the former Warsaw Pact, shall we say, that really don't want any more Russians on their territory.
Okay, what about Finland? I thought I had heard that their prime minister, that she had expressed, that the idea that Finland may do it.
I know Finland's been considering it. It's been a kind of a hotly discussed topic in the Finnish media, especially, but I don't know of any like official movement. Does anyone on the panel know?
No. I'll raise the question, or you'll raise the question a bit later when the Finns come up. They're still sleeping right now. We have a question.
I actually was going to talk about the visa bans. Is it okay? Am I good? Good to go?
Sure.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
If you tell us what's the sound we're hearing from behind, then you can go.
Oh, you're hearing a song behind me? Those are my parakeets. I have birds. I have a lot of birds. So.
Are you related to Major Jiru or in any way?
No, not at all. Is that somebody else with birds? No,
he has birds issues, but he has birds, yeah.
Yeah, no, they're that's interesting. You can hear them. That my mic must be really good because they're quite far away. So, but anyway, I was going to say we were talking in the Maggie space. Maggie, who was here right before I left, about the visa bans, and we were all agreeing how important they are, and that they should all be implemented. Especially just the idea of the Russians going on vacation. You know, it's just disgusting. Getting to have their kicks while they're killing Ukrainians. And I posited right before I left, and I actually haven't seen this suggested by anyone anywhere, that you can do a ban in stages. And I believe that this might have been done in the UK with German British people to start with. I'm not sure if I'm remembering this correctly, but you can force them to register themselves, and when they register, they have to take an oath renouncing Russian government and renouncing Putin, and admitting that Ukraine is, a sovereign territory, and et cetera, and that's one way just to start the pressure on them and to start the process of a ban if a ban hasn't taken place already. That's just something that kind of came to my head right at the end of the last discussion, and I would love to see that suggested somewhere by somebody, because the ban is just like just jumping to the ban, right? That might not be palatable to some countries. I'm not sure, but you could definitely ramp up the pressure in stages, and yeah, I'd love to see that. And I'd also that would potentially provide an avenue for some Russians to come in who, could be actual refugees, And I actually didn't know this. I just learned that even if you were to renounce your Russian citizenship, burn your passport in a live video or whatever, it's actually really, really hard. Like, Russia really operates like a cult. They do not let you stop being a Russian citizen, at all. It's like you have to petition them to remove you from their lists. They're like the freaking Mormon church like that, apparently. So that's interesting. I did not know that. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Just I'd love to see them forced to, in order to come into a country, to take a piss on a photo of Putin or something like that. Anyway, that's all. Thanks.
Family show, so we support a lot of things, but nothing dirty. Donnie, you raise your hand when the question of
the Kiev Independent reported on the 5th that the Bulgarian consular services in Moscow has temporarily suspended the acceptance of visa documents for Russian tourists and real estate owners due to, quote, extraordinary circumstances. So that was already happening. And as for, citizenship, it's pretty standard where, no matter how much you renounce a citizenship, if you're born somewhere, you retain that citizenship. Doesn't matter how many passports you burn or blah, 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 blah. It's, it's a birthright. So, yeah, that is all.
Yeah, I know in the U.S. too, there's a lot of tax reasons. If you want to renounce your citizenship, there's basically a 10-year period or something where they can investigate your finances for tax reasons, so they can make sure they taxed you appropriately. And then they basically tell you when you do renounce your citizenship, you're on the hook for any tax stuff, forever. So there's a big concern there. So it's typically very difficult to renounce citizenship of a country, or at least, for example, in Iran, right? Iran doesn't really recognize the renouncement or exclusive citizenship of, like, let's say, an Iranian American. So there are examples of them going back and getting maybe drafted into the Iranian army or things like that. So yeah, definitely kind of an issue in the global system, right? The concept of citizenship. But I guess maybe my question would be to Ben. Ben, are you just broadly speaking, are you a ban all Russian tourist visas type of guy, or are you a make the Russian tourist visas cost money that goes to Ukraine type of guy?
Well, I'm biased because I've got skin in that game. I live in central Paris, and there's a lot of Russian tourists, and I have to bear with them. And if they could be gone, I would be extremely happy. So on a purely selfish way, I would be for as hard a ban as possible. Then if we can ban and take money, I'm also good with this.
Yeah, I think I've heard a lot of Ukraine. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Ben. I didn't know you.
No, go ahead.
All I was going to say is, like, I've heard a lot of Ukrainians say this on Twitter, and just, talking to Ukrainians that I know, that this visa ban does really seem to have bothered the Russians in a fundamental way that, like, that, for example, war crimes against Ukrainians haven't, right? I think for the Russian liberal, the idea of being exiled from, like, the European community in this way, like, that really is significant for them. And they really are freaking out to an extent that I don't think we've seen on other issues. I think obviously, like, maybe really early during the invasion, like maybe the first few days when there were those thousands of protests and then they all got arrested. But since that kind of settled, I think this is the most I've seen Russian liberals really question, like, oh my God, do we have some responsibility in what's happening? Go ahead.
No, yeah, I agree with you. I don't know. No, I don't agree with you, actually. I live in a country which has not only a history of a very savage period past, but also a position today in Africa, mostly West Africa, which is, how can I put it, at best can be described as problematic. And while it does not at all resemble what Russia is doing at the moment, I would say the position of most of the French people, and I include myself in it, is very similar. We don't want to hear about it. We don't rightly care about it. We know nothing about it. And please, let's move on. Let's move on the conversation to something that's more amusing. And in that respect, I sort of can put myself in the shoes of the Russian public at the moment. It doesn't affect them. They have plans. They don't care, and they don't want to know. And I see how easy it is, because in Paris, no one cares about Africa, and we can live perfectly well knowing that the French army is over there doing God knows what. Maybe good things, maybe bad things. The TV says it's good, but we're and in that respect, I sort of understand where the Russians are coming from, but in a way that also makes the ban more important, because it forces a realization. It's a little bit like the world having an intervention and telling everyone, wake up. It's the moment. You need to be aware of the fact that what is going on is not okay, and that the world is considering it as absolutely despicable, and it needs to stop, and you cannot stay in your bubble. So if I was to be a little bit more verbose, that's what I would say. And also, I hope that after this there will be a ban on French tourists in the rest of the world, but that's another issue.
Yeah, I think it's not a joke.
It is not a joke. I'm actually serious.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think, but you bring up some good points, right? I think you're not drawing like a direct comparison. You're not saying that what the French are doing in Africa is what Russia's doing in Ukraine. But obviously, as you said, there's some problematic thing. Let's put it this way: Ben strongly disagrees with French policy in Africa, and I think that's understandable. And I think you're just sort of putting your in your understanding as like your individual conscious yourself as an individual in the Russian situation, right? That's kind of your understanding of it. And I understand that position as well. And as you said, I think it's maybe a wake-up call, and I think it would be effective, as you said, if all of a sudden Western companies pulled out of France and tourists were banned, so the French couldn't, go overseas at all to do any kind of tourism. That presumably would have a real, like, fundamental effect on the national perception of what was going on. So yeah, I think it's like it's not a direct comparison; it's more of an analogy, and I think it's like an interesting and good analogy. So thank you, Ben.
Picasso has had his hand up for a while, and yeah. So first of all, sir, I'm a big fan of your art. I wanted to tell you.
Well, thank you, Ben. Good to join you guys again. Hi, Joseph. So I wanted to give a quick update. George asked about Finland, and I live in the UP of Michigan. We're called Upers up here, and so we have actually the largest population of Finnish Americans in the United States, and so we kind of follow all things Finland pretty close up here. But Nexta reported that Finland is going to consider entry restrictions for Russians on August 16. And so they've got a meeting scheduled, and on that August 16, the agenda includes the issue of restricting the issuance of tourist visas for Russian citizens. So I thought I would pass that along. And just a side note, I'm old enough, almost 60, that I met my great-grandmother who came over from Finland here. She was born in the 1890s, and she didn't speak very good English, but I did ask her when I was young, why did you leave Finland? And she gave me two reasons, and one of them was poverty, and the other was the Russians. And second interesting side note was that my cousin, who was brought up with me, we're about the same age here in Michigan, he went over to visit our relatives in Finland and met, this was in the 1980s, and met one of our older relatives there. And the guy got talking about Russians and lifted up his shirt and showed my cousin a bullet wound that he had received in the Winter War from the Russians. So needless to say, the Finns are not big fans of Russians. So thank you, and I'll drop down.
Thanks a lot, Pablo. Yeah, the problem of the Finns with the Russians is has been mentioned on this platform quite a few times, actually. Whiskey Tango. I don't think we directly spoke to one another yet, but based on what you just sent me, I'm going to call you my friend, and I'm going to beg you to tell us exactly what you DM'd me, because that was brilliant.
Thanks, Ben. No, I thought it was a bit hypocritical of Russian to be reacting to these visa bans, because back in early April, they did basically the same thing. Any country that was unfriendly to Russia, they banned visas. I thought, given the current conversation, you'd enjoy that.
Посаженных противников Майдана на месяцы, а то и много лет вы не жалели, ведь фашизма нет.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd completely forgotten about this, but that's pretty amazing if the Russians have themselves banned the citizens of quote unquote unfriendly countries. So that includes all the countries of the EU. From entering Russia, and now they're upset because the Europeans are just sending back paying them back in kind. That's absolutely delicious. That's wonderful stuff. I'm not sure if the ban is complete, because I remember a few weeks back in the metro. I had in front of me a guy who was literally organizing a trip to Russia. He had paper in front of, spread in front of him, so I took a few pictures to see what the papers were saying. I was hoping that it was going to be, something really, really interesting, and it turned out to be only his Russian lesson. But yeah, no, the guy was organizing a trip to Russia as if, oh, I'm very sorry, as if it was a perfectly normal thing. Yeah, that was actually painful to watch. Again, thank you, Whiskey Tango. That was fantastic. I'd just like to acknowledge our friend Constantine who has come up. Andrew, you have your hand up.
Hi, I had a question for Joseph, just asking for some clarification on a comment he made. I think it was him. He mentioned about having this possible visa ban make Russian liberals perhaps open their eyes more and consider that they might have some responsibility in this war. I wanted to ask if he could clarify on what he means by Russian liberals. I'm imagining like middle-class Russians who are somewhat educated and might not wholeheartedly support the idea of the Russian invasion, but don't really say anything, and not really Russians who have Hillary Clinton stickers on the back of their cars. So just wanted to ask what they are and what role they play in Russian society.
Yeah, so a great question, Andrew. Of course, I'm not an expert on Russian liberals, but yeah, I'll try to give like a brief. So the basic thing is, I think in the media in the West, we've constructed this idea that like there's this genuine resistance to Putin, or there's this genuine movement against Putin, and that it's been like brutally suppressed, and that the Russians sort of yearn to be free, but Putin's got them under their thumb. And at the very least, there's this idea that there are these, Russians who kind of oppose the war and are against Putin. And most importantly, that this is Putin's war, that like this will somehow end with Putin shooting himself. And then all the Russians will come out and go, oh, like we never wanted to invade Ukraine. Like that was never part of the plan. I think the reality is, and I think the consensus on the space is the reality is a lot deeper than that, right? This is a deeply held cultural belief in Russia that the Russian Empire is a good thing, that it needs to exist, and that Russian imperialism in itself is like, a good, important practice. And their real problem with Putin isn't that he's an imperialist. Their problem with Putin is that he is maybe corrupt, or he's not Western enough in terms of his, practices or the way he runs the government. And that, at its heart, the Russian Empire, they still want it to exist. They just don't like the way that Putin runs the Russian Empire. And that's sort of been the kind of general premise of the Russian state, in history, right? It was first the Russian Empire, and then the Soviet Union was like another attempt to continue the Russian Empire, like under a different label, a different ideological label. But so I think that's kind of Russian liberals have this problematic thinking. If you look at someone like Navalny, right, who's supposedly, and if you read about Navalny in Western media, he's supposed to be this great anti-Putin, this person who's supposed to save us all from Putin and be this leader that can take Russia to a new era of peace. And the truth is, he's an imperialist like the rest of them. He has on his social media accounts called Georgians rats. Or vermin. He has said that Crimea will never be given up, that it's Russian land, that it's not to be something traded like a ham sandwich. That these are the so-called Russian liberals. So it's not that I don't think there are any Russians who like can't possibly be completely opposed to what's going on. It's just that the underpinnings of what this war is run pretty deep in Russian culture. And
Joseph? Tony, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, so we've lost Joseph. I cannot do much about it. It's unfortunate. It's getting very interesting. Do you think he's going to remark me? I don't think so. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. You dropped. Okay, I'm going to take the opportunity to talk about... no, I'm not going to take the opportunity to talk about this because it's very silly. I'm going to take the opportunity to pass on the mic to Constantine and at the same time say hello to my friends, Finance and Maddie and Finance. Constantine, go ahead.
Can you hear me well? Because I have a phone that I was not able to connect to it. It's a new phone. Well, it's an old phone, but it's new to me. Can you hear me well?
Perfectly.
Okay, so I wanted to add the thing about the Russians and the Russian Empire and Russian liberals, and that it's all Russians or not Russians. People may not like it, but I don't think that all Russians are bad. I don't think that it's all Russians who are guilty. I do think that civil society holds lots of responsibility for this war, for genocide, but I cannot say that every one of them is guilty because to the effort of helping Ukrainian military buying, and not only buying socks and some medical stuff, but also to buying drones and helping spot them and spot the artillery. So not every Russian person is part of it. Some of them are really scared. And if people think that it's so easy, to go outside and just protest